Okay, hello everyone. Hopefully, we are live. I'm sorry I begin like all of these like that, but, I just want to check. Hi Tengute, yeah, thanks for the greetings. And, yeah, I noticed that Asta in the chat has just caught up on the VOD, so yeah, good timing there. So, I don't have any Thousand Year Door, preambles, but I do have another preamble from a different Switch game I'm playing. I'm just gonna let this speak for itself. It's not a new venture, but that is the best unfitting music I've obtained so far in playing Shadow Generations. Sadly, you can't play it in Shadow's campaign! That's Palm Tree Panic from Sonic CD, by the way. But I've just found out that Shadow's campaign has different, like, unlockable soundtracks, so I can't play New Venture and Palm Tree Panic in unfitting Shadow levels. But yes, Lenio, cinema. Also, I have a screenshot here that, all of those stupid people whining about how, oh, the rewrite removed Amy's crush on Sonic. No! This line is gonna shut you down with facts and logic. You are all wrong, so stop complaining. But anyway, let's get back to actually relevant Ace Attorney stuff. Yeah, Death Egg Robot's one of my favorite bosses to play unfitting music for because of the dramatic, like, build-up and the fact the music doesn't actually kick in until it appears. I've heard that people really like to play Palm Tree Panic over the Sonic and Shadow rival fight as well because the yay kicks in at the perfect time. But anyway, yeah, we have the, I was gonna call them the PIC. What are they in this version again? Committee for Prosecutorial Excellence, CPE now? I don't know, I do like PIC as an acronym, but, oh, got new items in the gallery, too. But anyway, investigating the storeroom. So, this is a very special investigation for me. I definitely translated this one, and it is incredibly interesting, because there's a lot of, let's just say, this sequence has a ton of callbacks to earlier games. So this was very fun to do the fan translation for, because I had to cross-reference so much stuff from earlier, and I learned about the Japanese names of things from, like, earlier games. But yeah, I agree, Graveyard Smash, they're really just being grifters about the tiniest bits of, dialogue or things like that. But, yeah, also, Emma. Also, Corian Bet asked what my favorite objection is. You'll be hearing my favorite objection later on in this case. Please don't say dark as a grave. That's not gonna bode well. Yeah, I like Edgeworth being protective over K here. So, the first, well, apart from the fact there's the giant statue from Ace Attorney Investigations 1, the first thing you might notice is there are price tags and everything here. In the fan translation, we actually had to go through all of these price tags and change them to add a few more, to remove zeros, because they were originally yen. So we had to cut some zeros to make them dollars. So yes, it's floor 51. Yeah, Bradley Harris, wow, 11-hour retrospective on the original Ace Attorney trilogy, holy crap, but yeah. Also, where is it, the Lightbox said you've been checking the Advance Wars 1+2 Reboot Camp LP. Yeah, I really like that game, I'm glad that people are watching it, like, I've loved that I got a remake. Yes, now we have updated this to say there is an, illegal floor. Well, okay, so firstly, we're not really a prosecutor anymore, we resigned, because all of our superiors are jerks. That kind of sums it up. Happy Mask Salesman's Secret Laboratory. Yeah, I wonder if this is meant to be a reference to Area 51, like with the floor. Yes, we're technically a private citizen, but we are a private citizen who is very good with investigating, so yeah. Yep, so it's time to do science-y things. Isn't there I think there's a line from Cave Johnson in Portal 2 where he says, I'm gonna pay you a bunch of money if you let us cut you up, fill you with science-y stuff, and put you back together again. Yeah, Apathy Science in a nutshell. Yeah, let's maybe investigate that elevator later. Because the rest, like, you know, there's a lot of more pressing concerns on our hands. It's like a dungeon logic from, like, Metaphor ReFantazio. It's like, if there's an elevator, it probably leads to another floor. Let's, you know, investigate all of the other treasure first. Oh, Shadow Palkia 99, you just got to bridge to the Turnabout? That's an amazing case. Ah, yes, Asta, I know what you're referencing there. I think that's Danganronpa, the one they call the ultimate storeroom. Watch out for it. Emma crunching snacks is only a thing in Apollo Justice. They kind of revamped her character in that game, but it makes sense since she's older and is a bit more jaded. I do like how they kind of combined the best parts of both versions of Emma in Spirit of Justice. Like, the cool thing about Emma is that, like, she was kind of well received in both of her younger and older selves. But okay, now, there's a lot of stuff that we can look at. So yeah, also, is that the Blue Badger mobile from Investigations 1? I think it is. These are... Yeah, these are all evidence from past cases. Maybe. Also, I believe there's a kanji for young on that Iron Infant doll. So I guess it's Waka-saman or something? Unless it's a very good reason for it to go elsewhere, like that weird screwdriver in Rise from the Ashes that was important specifically because it was not important. Like, I think the culprit had somebody transfer meaningless evidence just as a cover-up for something else. Labels with numbers printed on them. Yes, yeah, totally. That's what they are. Yeah, just exhibit numbers. These aren't price tags at all. Yeah, thankfully Edgeworth figures it out immediately. Too many price tags. Oh no, too many badges, sorry. Yeah, that is... where was that lantern from? Oh, Barbalese ink. Right, now I remember. Yeah. I forget exactly what the Barbalese ink was, like, used for, but I know it was evidence from Investigations 1. There are no coincidences. Oh, John Jobron says, I want you to know I got back into MLP after last stream and I'm blaming you, lol. Well, yep, you're welcome, I guess. Yes, that's a bottle of ink. That perfume? Where was that from? Oh, it's the lamp that Polino gives you. I had a feeling it was related to Polino in some ways. Well, I mean, that's kind of true. I mean, there's a real skill in doing that. There's also a safe here that you can't even examine. Can't even examine the giant blue badger over there. Oh, it's used perfume. Okay, yeah. Something star-shaped was here at some point. This must be very dusty, though, if that, like, star mark there isn't even, like, a pattern on the cloth. It's actually just the real cloth and the rest is dusty. Now, I'm curious to see if we find out the localized name for this creature. Because, yeah, that was the president's favorite stuffed animal from Gourd Lake. But it does have a localized name. Defective merchandise. Oh, wow, yeah. Forget if that was in the original, but, yeah, that reminds me. Like, there was a Games Workshop plush toy that actually got recalled because it had pom-poms that could be a choking hazard. Yeah. Okay, we don't find out this thing's name yet. Don't tell me this thing's name, by the way. Don't tell me. Maybe we don't find out about it until case 5. Yeah, somebody is auctioning off evidence from past cases. Oh, well, that's even more obviously a Nintendo DS in, which is kind of awkward given that this is now available on, like other consoles, but yeah. That's even more obviously a Nintendo DS in this, like in this release with the HD sprites. And there's the Iron Infant. Yeah, so they decided that they had to ship the Steel Samurai and Pink Princess. I love how Edgeworth is intimately familiar with his backstory. Oh, wow. Yeah, Edgeworth is just like those Sonic and MLP fans being totally obsessed with the lore of characters who are just meant to be silly cartoons. Guess we have that. We have a naked body sculpture. Yeah, I do like Emma having, like, the stuff on her glasses there. Okay, so yeah, I think it was probably this. It appears that Matador was originally here, and then he reclaimed his candelabrum. Edgeworth's special interest moment, yeah. She's taking all her notes on the Poketch from Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Yeah, I mean, I can see that. There's not a lot of space for notes there, but still. Really, the main thing that I used the Poketch for was the counter, like the plus counter, which I use for counting effort values. Is there really any other use for that besides counting effort values? So the murder weapon was something from this storeroom. That is obviously very important. Now, I do get the feeling we're going to have to check, also win through compromise. We're going to have to check this area for, like, blood with luminol at some point, but I want to check the mask, too. Unscientific. So, yeah, the deduce here is obviously because we have a mask in our possession that goes on one of these hooks. However, I do want to look at these because some of these are actually kind of interesting. So that's, I guess we'll do the more obvious ones first. Steel Samurai and Nickel Samurai. I believe that Nickel Samurai is the one with the longer ponytail. Well, I mean, considering who played the Nickel Samurai, yeah, probably best not to be on Team Nickel. Case files from various murders. Yes, clearly something very suspicious is going on. That's the evil magistrate, I believe, and those are the 3 badges. One of the badge eyes is still visible. And then there's, I believe, there's the Pink Princess here, which might have different dialogue. Oh, Nocturnal Decay says I used the Poketch to try and do the glitch to get Darkrai and Shaman by breaking out of the map. Yeah, that whole tweaking, I think it's called. You love them too, right? 5 Cyclops appear. Emma, press X to doubt. Press X to seriously doubt. Edgeworth, you should do a better job of hiding that. Students at the Starry School, yeah. So everything up here is actually a reference to Farewell My Turnabout. So thankfully all of them are introduced in like the opening cutscene of Farewell My Turnabout, so we could very easily cross-reference what their names were. An elementary school where the students are all superheroes. Wait a minute, isn't that like My Hero Academia, but like for high school? I believe this game predated My Hero Academia as well. Maybe I should start watching that show. Yeah, Captain Saipan, yeah. But I've actually forgotten what Saipan means, though. However, this one's kind of interesting. Yeah, global hero Onyankopon. This is the first time that I'd heard about Onyankopon. That's actually a real African legend. So, yeah, you'll know that if you've played Shin Megami Tensei 5, Vengeance. My hero came 2 years later, okay. Okay, the merchandise is super rare. Yeah, maybe. Which would actually be kind of sad if it's based on an African legend and it didn't do well and it went out of business. But anyway, so... yeah, this hook right here, probably need to present the Jam and Ninja mask. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure the original text was a reference to the kanji for 1 and 2, because yeah, looking at the slits, they do look like Ichi and Ni, yeah. Yes, it does translate relatively well. I wonder if Emma's actually using the term hypothesis correctly. I don't know if, okay, let me actually check this, because people often use the term hypothesis wrong. A suggestion or proposed explanation made on the basis of a limited evidence as a starting point for further investigation. I'd say that's actually correct. In terms of how it's used here. Also, the masks are worth $50,000, by the way. Like, we don't have, like, hard evidence yet that Kay was here, but, like, we've got limited evidence, as in we've got a mask that was probably here that she was found with. I mean, this does seem like exactly the kind of place the Yatagarasu would want to expose, though. So, I mean, yeah, it's definitely possible. Can't really examine that wrapped up thing there. Saipan, largest island in the northern, an administrative center for the northern, Mariana Islands. Interesting. So yeah, now we have that. I was just wondering if you would not be able to progress the investigation without it. There's some stuff here, including this box with chains on it. Wooden ice box. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, that's really cool. I probably need to get something like that because I've got I've got a lot of pretty high quality shirts I need to protect. Yeah, I do know that Emma was originally meant to be the protagonist of Investigations. Yeah, even the illegal underground auctions are dealing with outrageous prices. Is that Tequila's walkie-talkie? I think it is. Yeah, let's not steal evidence, but it looks kind of like Tequila's walkie-talkie. And those there, I think those are those from, the cooking competition in the previous case? They would have got here pretty fast. Yeah, like, I think this room is, like, fan service kind of done right, because, like, a lot of it isn't, like, super relevant or anything, but also, like, if you get the references, you get them. It's not like that you'll be totally confused if you know, don't get them. 4 male figures acting as legs to hold up the... It's hideously cringy. I don't think he actually said cringy in the original. I do know he said something similar, though, like that it was pretty, you know, kitsch and... yeah. Well, you heard it here first. Edgeworth likes camp. Is that... That's not Red White's desk, is it? I mean, it's... Red White would have a desk like that. And yes, that is indeed Grossberg's painting. The one that... I think it's the one that Red White stole as blackmail. Lots of money. I think we just use piles of money there. Or large sums of money. Also, this thing right here. Mrs. Monkey. Yeah, this was, that was Turnabout Samurai. Essentially the first case where Edgeworth began to develop as a character. So it's pretty significant to him. But yeah, Mr. Monkey... So from here, I actually learned what the, what the Japanese names for, like, Mr. and Mrs. Monkey were in that case. Yeah, I think it is Mr. Monkey originally. So, oh, hi, Saldustuff. But yeah, so now the thing is, though, I don't know if I forget if this is totally true or not, because it's been a while, but I seem to remember that I think the mistaken name that Edgeworth uses for this, or its actual name, is very similar to the mistake that Eddie makes for Simeon's name in Case 2, like Sarumage or something. And speaking of which, this statue. Now, this statue is really interesting because this is from Case 2 of Investigations 1. However, Alfred Statue. Yeah. So, he kind of made a mistake on this. I think it's meant to be Alfred Statue. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, I forgot this happened! Now! Well, I'm gonna have to... I know we have kind of more pressing concerns right now, but I really want to give this tangent. Because, yeah, so a whole bunch of people are freaking out right now because, like, so a lot of people said that, like, sorry, I used her fan translation name out of force of habit, sorry. I like Tabby Lloyd. Tabby Lloyd from Case 1 was basically Lotta Hart, except actually a good character and likable, and yet they still brought back the original Lotta. Lotta is not a very popular character in this series, mostly because her testimonies tend to be very annoying, and they, often have horribly misleading photographs, and also she often acts really obnoxious and stuff and doesn't just give out information for no logical reasons. Why is Lotta here, says the cursed one, Lord of Cats. I mean, some people like her. Lotta had a cameo in Investigations 1, but she didn't have an actual sprite. She only had, like, a map sprite, not, like, an actual real sprite in that game. So this sprite of Lotta is totally new to Investigations 2. But anyway, what I was saying, though, was, okay. The Aleph Red statue, that actually has a pun in it that was not properly translated. So it's actually a pun on the expression arifureta, which in Japanese means, like, mundane or ordinary. And that was something that actually annoyed us, because we couldn't change that to, like, localize it to correct the pun, because it had already been localized in Investigations 1, and they missed the pun, so there was nothing we could do. But it had always annoyed me, because it's just like, I mean, I get that, like, it's a little obscure, but like looking at what it is in Japanese, it is clearly meant to be a pun that somehow they're really good at catching puns in these translations you've seen with Eustace Winner, but like the official localizers just missed the pun in that Japanese name and didn't localize it, which is weird. Oh yeah, she also doesn't like Edgeworth for some reason. This is Lotta hard. I can picture him saying that with like exasperation. Yeah. Yeah, also her Japanese name. I believe her Japanese name is something like Osawagi something. Like her name I think means like big commotion in Japanese, or like really loud. So yeah. Also, just like Tabby Lloyd, she speaks in a heavy Kansai accent in Japanese, which was localized as Southern, and that's why Tabby Lloyd became Southern. If anything, it seems like they've made Lotta, like, not made Lotta, but I feel like Tabby Lloyd in the official localization her accent is more subtle than Lotta's. And I guess that is true. I think in Japanese, Tabby was more subtly Kansai than Lotta was. I do not believe Lotta's ever met Emma. What is also interesting, also, thankfully, we can actually avoid talking to her right now. We'll do that later. But what is also interesting is that you might have noticed that despite this game having a new, like, happy people theme, Lotta still uses happy people from the first game. And that's the thing, like, it's kind of a case of, that was just a generic theme in the first game, but it became so associated with Lotta that it now is her theme in every future game she appears in. It's kind of the inversion of Investigation Core 2022. 2002, Force of Habit, we're in the 2020s now, but like Investigations Core 2002, that was originally the main villain of the second game's theme, but it later got reused for just a lot of things in the third game. Yeah, here it is, Alfred Statue. And the reason why Edgeworth is saying Alfred is because in Japanese, he mistook the name as well. Edgeworth is not good with names. I guess that's why he sucks at finding out witnesses' names and occupations. Anyway, in our fan translation, I believe we went with all of red, Aleph red. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this tongue twister. So, in Japanese, this was how I learned the pun, because Emma was saying, Arifureta statue, Arifuredo statue. Like, she was saying, like, ordinary statue, Aleph red statue, ordinary statue, and then I was like, oh, right, there was a pun there that they didn't localize properly. Okay. But again, we couldn't change it because it was already localized in the first game, we had to maintain consistency. So I'm kind of surprised they didn't actually change this, like they changed Go You Airlines. But anyway, I don't think we can we even investigate because that's the horrible suitcase from Go You Airlines. And there's another blue badger. I kind of want to see what happens if I talk to Emma. With the X button. Yeah, Trials and Tribulations 1 Sin is spamming Investigation Core 2002. It reminds me a lot of the song The Proud Commander from Fire Emblem Shadow Dragon. So in Shadow Dragon, that song was specifically Camus and Michaelis' theme. And, like, literally the theme of Proud Commanders. In New Mystery of the Emblem, they use that for every remotely relevant boss. Like, heck, even Caesar and Rad use it in one chapter where they're hired against you as mercenaries. They overuse it so much. It's just to me, the overuse of Investigations Core 2002 was even worse because, like, again, that was literally the main villain's theme of the second game. And it gets reused as a generic event song in the third game. I actually have mentioned this before. I have heard of Attorney of the Arcane. And Pro Philosopher. I actually got given like a code for Pro Philosopher 2. I haven't played it yet, but I probably will play it and review it someday. Yes, but don't destroy evidence. Still mostly based in Europe, because, you know, we established that in the previous game, and we can't retcon it. I still love how that happened. It's just like the first game is just like, oh yeah, we're not gonna get a sequel, so let's have Emma go to Europe to study. And then later on they're like, hang on, we're making a sequel now and we want to bring back Emma. How do we make her get back to Japanifornia for like one day? Yeah, I think I forget if it was America in the Japanese script. I wouldn't be surprised if it was. What's the hardcore sport for adults? Glasses battles. Glasses battles. Oh! That's an achievement! Okay. I believe the dialogues with the assistants are stored separately, so I don't even know if I translated these. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if, again, my memory's a little hazy, I wouldn't be surprised if every single assistant conversation was stored in its own script file. Oh, the words used for ladder and stepladder. I know they're different words. Like, I know that there is a distinction between ladder and stepladder in Japanese, and that's the joke. But I forget what exactly those words are, because there's really only one ladder and stepladder conversation in this game, as with Gregory. Don't let the sudden appearance of Lotta distract you. Oh right, we don't have a prosecutor's badge anymore. We can't present the badge to people. Does Kay ever try and recruit Emma to her thief crew? Because, like, you know, honestly, a forensic analyst as a member of a heist team would be an interesting plot point, thinking about it like that. Yeah, I'm glad they actually came up with specific dialogue for some of these. Oh yeah, that's actually really cool that she talks about her sister there. It's funny how she's actually referenced when, like, you know, there's not a lot of, I kind of doubt she has anything to say about most of this stuff here. Oh, no, she actually does have, a conversation about this. Yeah, but Kay's pin kind of replaces the prosecutor's badge right now. Yeah, good quality plushes are great. I have a gigantic collection of plushes that I've recently found storage for. Yeah, me when I invite an aspiring forensics investigator and someone from a circus. Oh yeah, Kay does try to recruit Regina, doesn't she? Okay, we haven't examined the elevator yet. Looks like one of those, like, service elevators they use in building construction, like the temporary elevators. Yeah, there's all those myths about if everyone jumps in an elevator, what happens, but I don't think anything bad happens. How many Edgeworths does it take to fill up an elevator? There's apparently a surprisingly in-depth conversation about how many koalas can fit into a subway, because, like, there's additional discussions of whether it's male koalas or female koalas, and whether the female koalas are pregnant, and what would happen if they all spontaneously gave birth on the subway at the same time. Yeah. Oh, trust me, Fender's the kind of guy when he does take things seriously, and when he does, you need to watch out. Okay, well, we've put it off as long as we can, I think. Yep. It's time. Sounds a lot like there was an edit of like a Charlie Sheen interview that changed it to like win here, win there, win everywhere. Wow, that sounds like a useless winner thing now I think about it. Okay, so... Oh, right, we have to do... wrong button. We have to do the pretty obvious thing here of connecting the price tags to the piles of money. Yeah, Fender is a crouching moron hidden badass. Like, absolutely. That is definitely his thing. Illicit trade in judicial goods. That's a pretty weird way to say illegal auction of evidence. I mean, technically we don't know it's an auction. Yeah, right, but anyway. If only there was an eyewitness we could interview. Oh no! I wonder. Illegal police evidence trafficking scheme. That's kind of elaborate, but okay. Okay, now we know it's an auction. Yeah, how did she find out about that? That would be some pretty hard info to come by. Your contact, okay. Okay, so we actually do have a full-on witness to this. The auction and murder happened on the same night, and suddenly happy lot of music. Dirty deals in a secret storeroom. They weren't done cheap, though. They were done very expensive. I still cannot hear that song as anything other than 30 Thieves and the Thunder Chief. Like, if I make an RPG, I want to make a super boss who's like a crime boss called the Thunder Chief, who leads an organization called the 30 Thieves. The main event was down below, okay. Customers came down one at a time from the roof. Yeah, no, I think this game does do a pretty good job of bringing back old characters and making them less annoying. Case in point, Regina. Like, by far. Regina is so much better in this. Like, so many people react with horror when they mention the very big circus is in this game, but Regina is, like, actually amazing in Investigations 2. But yeah, these are what the masks are for. Everyone had to wear masks and voice changes. So, you know, so they, I mean, you know, they want to keep themselves anonymous if they're buying illegal evidence. Also not a word. So then they went down to the elevator. Which would imply that they all were up at the, like the top floor. So somebody would have to make sure that nobody, you know, unless they all claim to be here for dates or something. Oh yeah, this is just a really, really big romance night or something. Maybe Valentine's Day is when, like, the biggest auctions go down. So they put the mask on the hook and get on the ladder, so, one of the masks was not returned, it seems. So I wonder if the voice changer was, is with that mask, or if it's somewhere else. I mean, it's true, like, Regina was, like, super naive, like, yeah, she was very sheltered, but anyway. Regina was just smack dab in the middle of a bad case. Yeah, I do agree with that, Clockwork Crystal. It reminds me of something I was reading on, like, TV tropes about, like, Axel from Mega Man X7, which is also Capcom, coincidentally. That, like, a lot of people, like, once they got to Mega Man X8, where Axel is really fun to play as and has a good voice actor, and is a good character, they're like, you know, Axel wasn't a bad character, he was just introduced in Mega Man X7, that was the problem. Kind of like what Sonic X Shadow Generation is doing for Black Doom. Like, Black Doom wasn't necessarily a bad character, he was just in Shadow the Hedgehog. Nephilis as well, yeah. Okay characters in concept in a bad game. Debuting in a bad game, I mean. Seriously, Lotta has been behind that statue for, like, the whole time. Yeah. Oh yes, no, the Silver the Hedgehog effect, that's another name for it, yeah. Yeah, I agree with that Cinderclouds as well, that Kay is... not Kay, sorry, why did I say Kay? Regina is, like, she's clearly matured since Big Top, but she's still full of joy and whimsy. Yeah, some Asian, the other issue with, Mega Man X7 is that, like, you couldn't even play as X at the start, and, like, Axel. Like, that's like if in Sonic 06, they made it so that, like, you couldn't play as Sonic until way later in the game, and you had to start with Silver. Except, weirdly, Sonic has no plot relevance in 06, so it probably wouldn't have changed much. There's a little peeky hole. Oh, right, the elevator doesn't sit flush with the floor. I had a feeling that's how she watched things. You squint just right, you can see it. But it's probably hard to get good photographs that way. Ringleader. Now, in the fan translation, we used a very specific term for the ringleader, but I don't know if it was introduced yet or not. Because I believe, like, we treated the ringleader as having an official title, but again, I forget where that official title is first introduced. Maybe it's here. We called them the conductor, and we had a very specific reason for that. But I believe in Japanese it's like a... what is it? I actually think they call them Auction Master, now that I remember. The KJB, but Sonic X Elise is super relevant. No! No, please let's forget that ever happened. Where's the location of the ringleader's head? Yes. I haven't played Big Top in ages, but I know that line is a meme. We did not use the term mastermind. Mastermind, there's a different Japanese word for that. It's definitely not the Japanese word for mastermind that was used here. Like, again, I think they just called them auction master in Japanese. Couldn't tell if it was a man, a woman, kid, or an old-timer, nothing. White jacket, white gloves, and a magenta flower on the lapel. Oh no, 3 things you remember about someone's outfit. Again, horrible big top flashbacks. But yeah. White jacket, white gloves, flower on the lapel. That sounds a lot like our victim. Huh. So they had the same disguise as everyone else. Which mask? This guy, Zurvan. So Zurvan is also from African mythology. They're from the same, so they're implicitly from the same show as Onyankopon. Yeah, this is a literal translation of the Japanese as well. Global hero Onyankopon's arch nemesis. Yeah, the Time Lord. Oh no! Oh no! Suddenly it's become Doctor Who. Not that I'm. No offense to Doctor Who. Doctor Who's. I was into Doctor Who for a while when I was a teenager. The David Tennant series specifically. Kind of glad they brought David Tennant back. Yes, Ringleader's appearance. I wonder who this reminds us of. Yeah, well, Edgeworth's already figured it out, yeah. So, is our ringleader dead? What? Sorry, wrong evidence. At least they have a unique conversation for it. Yeah, Snipe Hunt refers to a, like, a fruitless endeavor. Like you're chasing something that either doesn't exist or is really hard to catch. In fact, I believe that the bird in, Kevin, I think the bird's name is, in, Up, is actually a direct reference to the Snipe Hunt term. Yes, the freelancer life. She probably hasn't, like, eaten the whole day. But anyway, this is what I actually meant to present. Yeah, what the term was in Japanese, I'm not entirely sure. I know that way earlier in this game, there was a slang like, it's like chanting Buddhist mantras to a horse, which is a real Japanese term. It means, like, something pointless. Yeah, we probably have a photo of this. The big cheese is dead. Oh yeah, Rosy Ring. I like that name a lot. PokeTube, you've got a lot of translation stories about Lotta, though you doubt anyone would care, lol. Okay, are you the one who was translating this to Esperanto? Because that would be interesting. Translating accents in general is really, really interesting. I remember ages ago that, like, I found out that, like, there was a... Oh no, it was not Overly Successful Productions. There was a play, a Greek play, that, the official localization that, Red had to read in high school, it localized the Spartan accents as Scottish, and her teacher basically told her, so this is a British translation, and so, to a British audience, you know, like to the Greeks, the Spartans were considered, like, you know, a culture of, like, basically, like, violent thugs. So, what would the equivalent of that be to a British audience? And that would be Scottish. So they, yeah, localized the Spartan accents as Scottish. So it is always interesting thinking about, like, how you localize accents. Because, like, Southern American is often the go-to one, but sometimes Cockney works, and Danganronpa, like, I think probably the most creative one I saw was the first Danganronpa 2, changing a ridiculously heavy rural Japanese accent into Cajun. But yeah, oof, lol, yeah. Yeah, localizing songs is also insane, but, like, yeah, localizing accents can be fun. Someone done bumped up off the boss. Like, it's also like, in, I think Yakuza Like a Dragon, there's a character who in the localization speaks with a very, very, like, very Brooklyn gangster-sounding accent, and I think, like, they were more Yakuza Kansai in Japanese, because, like, I think a specific variant of, like, Kansai or a different accent in Japanese is associated with the Yakuza, so, yeah, that localization makes sense, that kind of New York Mafia voice for that. Also, for those who don't know, that if you've played Danganronpa 2, the Avril Lavigne thing, that was Avril Lavigne in Japanese too. I don't know why the Japanese writer thought about, like, had that particular American singer on his mind, but that was in Japanese too. How must it feel to shove your head into your own hair? Danganronpa does have Japanese pun names, but they're all left in Japanese and English. For example, Byakuya Togami is like the most pretentious name ever, because it means White Knight 10 Gods. And Mukuro Ikusaba means like Corpse Warblade, which is a really awesome name. Oh, Like a Dragon actually has 2 different subtitle tracks depending on if you're playing with a dub or Japanese audio. That's really cool. Most games don't do that. Sorry to, like, Sonic Brain Rot again, but an example, you can tell in Sonic Generations because the line about in the ending with, like, Dr. Robotnik and Robotnik saying, "Nobody calls me that anymore," that's still in the subtitles if you're in the Japanese script, even though it's irrelevant because he was always Eggman in Japanese, and he obviously doesn't say Robotnik in the Japanese script. So, TV tropes is a term for that. It's called dub title. So, yeah, when the subtitles are a transcript, I can see why a lot of places do that, though, because it's convenient, and, like, so, the games that go the extra mile, or movies that actually have a separate subtitle track for the Japanese audio that's more accurate to the Japanese, like, that is really cool, but it is a lot of effort. Yeah, the only change was Genocide Seol to Genocide Jack, because, the thing is, you need to assume the gender on that name when you first see it. Like, that the mystery requires you to think it's a man at first, and an English-speaking audience probably wouldn't realize that Seol is normally a boy's name in Japanese, so I understand why they made that change. Like, Jack can, I know from Mass Effect, that Jack can be a girl's name as well, but it's a lot rarer. So it's like Adrian Andrews in Ace Attorney, that it's got to be a name that the audience will assume is masculine when they first see it, because that's part of the mystery. I forget what I did for Lotta's southernness. I'm pretty sure that, like, we had one of the localization team in the fan translation just go in and, like, southernify everything that Lotta says. Because, like, on the subject of, like, the My Little Pony references that I was making in the last stream, one of my favorite, it's a troll fic. There's a My Little Pony troll fic, and one of my favorite, like, things from My Little Pony fanfic that I've read is when, they're parodying the fact that a lot of fanfic writers in the fandom don't, like, know how to write Applejack's southern accent properly. So eventually, like, as the world gets more and more distorted by fanfiction and Mary Sue's, Applejack's dialogue eventually devolves into blah 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 something southern. And that's basically what the localization team for the fan translation had to do to Lotta. Yeah. So, yeah, I applaud the official localizers for adding so much southernisms. But yeah, Lotta has clearly not learned from the last few times she refused to give info. Yes, Lotta did have a Kansai accent in the Japanese version. It's like you say Han instead of San. You can look it up, actually. Like, it's actually kind of fascinating looking into the intricacies of the Kansai accent. And, like, Uchi is a common southern accent pronoun. I talk about this a little bit with Tabby Lloyd in the first case, that stream. It doesn't mean she can't be persuaded to, because here we go, yeah. So if she's not giving up information, then, then we will force it out of her. So, in the description, when I said, you'll never guess who the most brutal logic chess opponent we faced so far is, Lotta's logic chess is listed under that one level on TV tropes for this game. Really. It's because she's so quick-tempered. It's very easy to make her angry. But also, your timer drains twice as fast against her. And she has 2 rooks as well. So here we go. Okay, we need to clue that for that one. Lotta has passive HP drain, yeah. Do we have to bide our time on this one, or not? Oh, here we go. Yeah, your chess opponents do not want to be talking to Edgy. There's something in this Mind Chess segment that became infamous in Lucagen's playthrough? Okay. Yes. Yeah, she does mention Lotta specifically at one point in that case, but it's kind of optional. I mean, at least she kind of cares about her apprentice still. Ah. We can use that to our advantage. Deploy the clue. Yeah, I do like how they're linking up with this. Also, your apprentice was almost scapegoated for a political assassination, so you might want to maybe get investigating that, because that would make a pretty good news article. Was this about a skoo? Yeah, in Japanese they do say skoopu. You were on your way to school, weren't you? Yeah, I wonder if, what was that in Japanese? I forget if I actually translated this logic chess segment. I probably did, because the logic chess segments are stored with the rest of the, like, the dialogue as well. Scoop is such a funny word. A skoo! Oh boy, Mind Chess on Old Bag would be amazing. Like, I really wish that was a thing. Okay, Clockwork Crystal, I agree with that headcanon. Mind Chess against Oldback would be one dialogue option where Edgeworth says he'll send her more flowers, and then all the chess pieces explode at once. Thank you, time refill. Yeah, the term incident is used quite a lot in Japanese, and it's pretty literally translated here. It comes up, I think it also means, like, case sometimes, but, like, it's like, is it like jiken or something? It's like, it's got the kanji for, like, ji, or, like sort of thing or situation in it. It's a term that I encountered a lot in these translations. Undercover reporting. Oh, okay. Wow, okay, that is a big penalty, yep. Yeah, there was a lot more simple language in the fan translations, though to be honest, I kind of feel like that was probably just a case of, like, us doing that translation back in the early 2010s. Like, we weren't really that, most of us weren't really fully experienced. Yeah, I guess technically speaking, we did do that. Let's not mention the fact that, yes, technically speaking, I did do something illegal because I'm no longer a prosecutor. There's folks out there that have done it way worse. Murder? So you committed a murder? Well, I'm sure many people would like that, but yeah. It's weird that, like, Lotta has never been a defendant, honestly, with how recurring she is. There is a fan case where Lotta is the defendant. I think it's fine they changed Logic Chess to Mind Chess. I don't mind. Yeah, we also had more limited text space as well. There's a much, like, the wide screen here means they have space for more text. A lot of damage. And yeah, I suppose non-native English speakers are, like, simple language makes more sense it makes it easy for them to understand. But I believe this official localization does have, like, official other language versions, whereas the fan translation, I think there was only French. So maybe it's like, for people who aren't native English speakers, they'll have a version that they can play. The fan game, I believe, is, it's Conflict of Interest, the first case of that game, which is actually written after a lot of the later cases. Conflict of Interest started with case 2, and then 3, then they went back and made a case 1, and then they did 4 and 5. Oh, we don't have a clue here. Right. Okay, I'm probably gonna run out of time here. Didn't hear nothing. Yeah, the fact that she very specifically mentioned, hearing, first off. Something happened during the auction, something that made a noise of some kind. Am I actually gonna make this? Okay, sneaking is a problem. And then there's the murder. Oh, wow. Can I actually make this? This would be pretty amazing if I do. Oh my... Okay. Wow. Wow. You only just lose a tiny bit of health and have to restart the segment, I believe, if you run out of time, but still, that is like, that is ultimate, like, Pog moment. The other language options are limited. French is alright, German and Chinese suck from what you've heard. There's no Spanish. Yeah, that's weird that there's no Spanish. Magic Pixel. Hang on a minute. I was so busy freaking out about that I didn't even notice what Lotta said here. She was smack dab in the middle of a murder. There we go. Confirming the credibility of her claim. Oh no. Lotta's claims are usually not particularly credible, but oh well. Yeah, this is more clues, I think. And we need a clue for this one, okay. Oh, I think I remember... You think you actually get 2 different clues out of this one? In the middle of a murder scene. I believe the mouse is smack dab in the enemy territory. That's a Kefka quote from Dissidia Final Fantasy. Oh, honester. A motto, okay. Okay. Again, no clue about that one. I thought you were honester. Yeah, this one you've got to use a little bit more psychology on her. You can prove it. Maybe this is just like Tabby. She's got some kind of record. Here we go. Time to deploy the Queen. So all this was just about she has some tangible proof that she witnessed the murder. I'm kind of glad that I managed to do that on the first try. Like, that is legitimately one of the hardest mind chess segments in the game. Of course it's a photo. And I think I remember what photo it is. That's the thing. Because when Lotta takes a photo of something, it's usually horrendously misleading. Oh boy, Blackwell doing mind chess would be really fun to see, actually. Yeah, there is one achievement that calls for you to throw a mind chess segment. We'll see that later. Lot of difficulty. But yes, exactly, Golden Druid. We all know how helpful Lotta's photos tend to be. Head on upstairs and pay, shouts the old ringleader, and the whole thing starts over again. Whoever placed the winning bid. It's like, what, the flumph of bills being placed down on something? I put Verity in the thumbnail, Intellectual Fan, because we might be getting to the end of the case this stream, and I didn't want to spoil things, but yeah. Verity being there was a reference to what happened in the previous stream. Yabba yabba yabba, scream. Like, look, if you had vital information about a murder we're investigating, you probably shouldn't have kept quiet. And also, she didn't even try and run in and stop it, because, I mean, I guess it would be a little scary, but also, you know, you could have at least... I mean, granted, there's a pretty decent chance that if she tried, then we would have also found Lotta's body, along with the victim that we know of, so yeah. Haste Attorney 2, Lotta keeps quiet because the prosecutor tells her. Investigations 2, I ain't telling no prosecutors nothing. But at least she feels bad about it. Clattering noise. And, like, you know, to be fair, like, again, like, if you're in a situation like that, you know, you're probably in full fight or flight mode. Like, it's not, you know, unreasonable to assume that you'd panic and, like, yeah, like... Man, we all say that we'd, you know, help out someone in a situation like that, but if we were actually in a situation where there was a real murder going on, like, it's hard to say exactly how we'd act. But it's a photo of Red Raincoat Man. That would explain why Kay encountered the Red Raincoat person, when she was up on the roof. Heard two people, there's only one in the shot you got. Disappearing victim! Oh no, is it gonna be a magic trick? Just like... Oh boy. Miss Hart's picture may sound like it's a picture of Lotta, I guess. They just went right along like nothing had happened. To be fair, Edgeworth, the only journalists you've ever met have been, these two. So, your experience is not exactly, yeah. Anyway, though, let me just check out what Lotta Hart's statement is. Illicit auction held in big building. Items on sale were mainly items of police evidence related to homicide cases. 11 attendees altogether, all wearing masks. Auction continued even after the murder occurred. Well, that last part sounds like it's going to be important later. So, do we have some logic? Someone says don't forget to show the doll thing to Kay. So, something about this cow toy is related to her amnesia. Yeah, no, I think Investigations 2's story is mostly fine as it is. Participants entered the storeroom one by one from the roof. They also left one by one. Okay, are we meant to link these? We are, okay. The one and only localization name you can't stand is the cow's name. Yeah, well, I'll get to that later. I'm looking forward to finding out that name. Don't spoil it for me, please. Kay has amnesia because she either got attacked by someone or she fell down into this storeroom and, like, hit her head. We don't really know exactly what happened, but she's missing a large amount of her memory and she's pretty seriously injured. What's the pun in Kay's name that made it get translated as Faraday? Like, in Japanese, it's Mikumo, which is like beautiful clouds, which I think refers to, like, the cloud designs on her clothing. I think people in earlier streams mentioned, like, what Faraday is a pun on. Yeah, if a bunch of people came in and out of this room, the body had to have been hidden somewhere. Ah, here we go. Now we're gonna luminol everything. feel like real luminol tests aren't this easy, but anyway. Also, I think that's the real Alfred Statue. I think the real one has red eyes and the fake one has blue eyes. Okay for a day. Maybe, yeah. And yep, here we go. It's time for, one of these. One of these segments. I'm not actually, like, I like these segments. Sometimes, like, I get annoyed when a game, like, promises a forensic investigation sequence and then it just barely has anything in it. Like, fingerprinting, I think, is done, like, exactly once in one of the games, which is kind of sad. So, yep, it's time we spray everything, okay. So there's 2 blood reactions on the side. That looks a little bit misaligned, honestly. But, like, on the side of the ladder. So blood was, like, clearly wiped there. No blood on the mask, though. What about anything here? Yeah, thankfully they don't just, you know, if it's pointless, they just straight up, don't even, you know, they skip the whole minigame. Ah, well, the fact there's a minigame here means there's probably gonna be blood. I had a feeling that there was gonna be blood here. Because, like, this looks like the most obvious spot to hide a body. What's the worst or laziest pun in Ace Attorney that isn't Chinese? I'd say Dead Man in Investigations 1, but that was literally his name in Japanese too, so yeah, can't really blame the localization for that one. Also, the Chinese names, I said this back in my stream of Case 1, the Chinese names were just as dumb in Japanese. So, like, the localization was just being faithful there. Clothes box blood. Gee, I wonder where the body may have been hidden. But yeah, we do need to test everything. Ah, the walkie-talkie wasn't used as a bludgeon. What about the horrible desk? Yeah, Dead Man is so good that it wraps around to being genuinely funny. No, sorry, it's not so good, no. It's so bad it wraps around to being genuinely funny. So, no literal blood money. And nope, somebody did not pick up the giant statue and bludgeon somebody to death with it. However, yeah, I had a feeling I remembered this. There's some blood at the base of the elevator. Oh, Carmine Accidenti from the Layton crossover. His name in Japanese is Giovanni Jikol, which comes from Jikor, which means car accident. So, it's basically the same name in Japanese. Some of it dripped through the floor below. There's a lot of blood on the floor below, but... wow, there had to be a lot of it up here if that much dripped down. I know it isn't just, like, it's not an Ace Attorney game, but in one of that weird Layton mystery spin-off, there's a character called, Keelan Makepeace and Diane Makepeace. So, die and make peace. Oh yeah, in German, the German version, his name is Will Crash, which is amazing. No, yeah, Jigoku is hell, Jikor is accident. I have played I've actually played a little bit of Great Ace Attorney on the channel, though I was spoiled on the whole plot, so I never really got a chance to be blind on it. I was playing with my sister for a while, but, I was, yeah, playing it with my sister a bit, but, then she had a baby, so she has, like, no free time anymore. So I don't know when we'll ever do that again. Yeah, Will Crash is on the same level of funny as Dead Man. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if Will Crash, like that name could work in English as well. Also, Shamspear. Yeah, in Shamspear's name in Japanese was really interesting. It was William Pettenshee, and that, like, I think it's a name for, like, crook or liar in Japanese. Mikotoba literally means beautiful words. I think it also means, like, word of God in, like, Japanese religious, terminology. But they kept the Japanese names of the main characters the same. Wait, hang on, let me just check that. You're no escapism apologist. That is great. Yeah, Daily Vigil is literally everyday Middlemont, but like, but Middlemont is a pun on, like, person who sees things. So Vigil was actually, like, I had no idea how they were going to localize that. I was like, how the heck are they going to localize a character named Everyday? Named Everyday. But, like, Daily Vigil was so good. Like, honestly, the official localization of Great Ace Attorney impressed me so much with the names. Like, again, Male Strongheart was, like, so much better than a Heart Vortex. That guy's name is literally Heart Vortex in Japanese. Anyway, close box. Sorry, I'm talking about a different game here. Yeah, Lady First in Japanese was Adam Lady First. His last name was literally Lady First. Yeah. Right-hand Many Memo was pretty interesting in Japanese. It was Mamemomi, which has, like, memo in it as well, but, like, Mamemomi is such a weird-sounding Japanese name. I always like this investigation complete sequence. It shows the investigation complete, and then everyone rides the elevator. Yeah, barricading in Japanese was Harry Barricade. Oh no, no, he found us. With Gumshoe, it's like, yay, he found us! And then for Uses, it's like, oh, he found us. So, yeah, this elevator leads directly into the chamber of the committee. Oh. Oh, right, she's also accused of murder, yeah. I seem to remember there was a bit in the fan translation where Eustace just immediately interjected, like, with a laughter, and then, you moron! I think it was somewhere in case 3, so I'm not sure what they changed that to in the official localization. And now the sad thing is, Gumshoe has to do his job, and also... I like how Lotta's just taking a bunch of photos. She's trying to you know, blind them with her camera. Wait, 3 on Winner and 1 on Gumshoe. Ah, one of them was Edgeworth. I'm sorry. The sheer schadenfreude of Winner getting whipped by Franziska is just perfection. And again, it's just like, they knew that people would find him annoying, and they knew that they'd cheer at Franziska whipping him. Gumshoe has a whip provoke skill that he forgot to remove. That's why one of the whips hit him. Ah, yes, this whole thing. Because Francisca already has a bit of a complex about Edgeworth. It's just like, she's always comparing herself to him, and then it's like, oh, wait, you've given up your badge now? Okay. Well, yeah, like, how do I describe exactly how she would be reacting to this? It's like, their dynamic is more explaining, like, the ending of Justice for All was an obstacle to proceeding along the road of chosen. Yeah, that's why we called the game Prosecutor's Path. The game didn't have a subtitle in Japanese, it was just Ace Attorney Investigations 2, or Gyakuten Kenji 2, Turnabout Prosecutor 2. Gumshoe probably has Null Whip equipped if it didn't even... Yeah, by this point it doesn't really faze him. Or maybe it's like Final Fantasy 2, where the more you get hit by physical attacks, the more your defense rises. Oh, she actually is mentioning the whip. So hey, it's a Francisca testimony, nice. The victim used her keycard to enter this chamber with her killer. She was then stabbed with the candelabra by the culprit and subsequently died as a result. We know the identity of the murderer thanks to the letters she exchanged. Well, those could have been forged, we've already established that. And we know the location of the murderer and the ringmaster's head is here in the committee's trial chamber. Oh, okay. Well, this one seems pretty obvious. Francisca does not... Oh, QED is interesting. That means thus it is proven. But, Francisca does not know about the storeroom. That's the obvious hole in this theory. Oh boy. Fender, don't flirt with her, please. I think Francisca is 18 by this point. I'm pretty sure she's 18 by this point, but still. Bring the case crashing down, huh? Well, I mean, you know, considering blood came pouring down from the ceiling. Yeah, Celestia Lily, it is funny these outfits on Francisca and Von Karma were originally meant to be American. Yeah, how did she not notice the elevator? I'm gonna press everything still, but yeah. Yeah, how do people not realize the locked room theory is broken down because of the elevator? Ah, yes, because Francisca is totally the paragon of perfection, the gigantic tsundere. She's 19 at this time. Okay, phew. Yeah, she's definitely... and she was 18 in Justice for All, okay. I mean, it's still... Anyway. It's still weird for him to hit on her, but, like, yeah. It's not... It could have been worse, I'll just say.
Hold it!
Yeah, the locked room is the only reason why Kay was the suspect, and now we've proven that that's false. Though I'm sure that Team Winner is going to have something up their sleeve for that. 3 wounds inflicted by metallic spikes. The victim fell onto spikes, and then, because it was the original Sonic 1, she immediately died because spikes ignore invincibility frames in Sonic 1, and that's not even a bug, it's a feature.
Hold it!
Yeah, I wonder how Francisca did feel when Phoenix was disbarred. That would be interesting to get something, because we don't know what Francisca's doing in the future timeline of Apollo Justice. Though honestly, I'd much rather see a certain other character return than her, but still. I want them to do more with Clavia as well. Clavia was criminally underused in Dual Destinies. Document analysis turned up nothing, okay. Nothing to suggest any forgery. But, like, there's no way that's Kay's hand. I mean, I think those letters seem to be typed, though, so, like, yeah. Only the victim's fingerprints.
Hold it!
Yeah, she's probably just working with Interpol in the future. Yeah, I believe Von Karma is perfect in every way is literally translated from the Japanese. I'm sure I remember that. Here you go, the blood on the floor in this room proves my theory. Yeah, about that. Yeah, there's a lot of blood. We really need to analyze who this belongs to. Oh, it's just the victim? That's a lot of blood to come from one person. Oh yeah, that is interesting, Ace Arion. If Kay, did you just tighten your whip twice in one sentence? If Kay did want to find a group of girls to form the other Grassa, she could ask Emma and Francisca, and then, yeah, she'd have a similar group to the original. Oh yeah, I never actually played the non-canon DLC in Spirit of Justice. I need to at some point. And it's not in the remaster, apparently. Oh yeah, Francisca whipping Nayuta would be really good. Oh wait, the DLC case was ported, okay. Oh, that's good, but I believe, yeah, blood on the floor proves my theory. Ah ha ha, about that. I think it's this?
Objection!
Yeah, there we go. You know, it's not the wedding. It's not the wedding case. That's an actual case. There was a Kurine episode and a Japanifornia episode. Asinine Attorney, I think they were called. They're basically just non-canon DLC. I never actually played them. Yeah, the Asinine Attorney cases are exclusive to the 3DS and mobile. I was originally going to actually upload the Asinine Attorney. Maybe I should at some point, because they're kind of lost media now. Yeah, it's a lot of blood to drip down, though. And now she realizes this. Oh, Clavia being prosecutor of Case 4 of Spirit of Justice would have been really cool. It would have been a lot of effort to write a totally new character for that. I mean, not new, but you get the idea, but still. Yeah, I thought that, wait, 5... No, 5-6 was really good. 6-6 was okay. Uh-oh. And, well, there goes another gumshoe whip. And again. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. There's a heck of a lot of blood down here. So maybe a more minor altercation happened upstairs, and then the real murder happened down here. Unless... Unless they were stabbed with the candelabrum upstairs, were brought down, and then the candelabrum was pulled out down here. Yeah, I think this was in the Japanese script too. This is pretty funny. Oh wow, this line just makes me think of My Immortal, which has a bit where somebody gets stabbed and it's like, blood poured out like a fountain. He ran around shouting, no! Then he fell down and died. That's like one of my favorite descriptions of a character dying in anything I've ever read. Because, yeah, here we go. The victim was stabbed here, the victim was stabbed upstairs. Yeah, I want to say it's the weapon was removed here. yeah, yeah, I forgot that Lang straight up caught Francisca's whip in mid-swing. Like, that's amazing. Yeah, this is exactly, perhaps used as the true author of My Immortal. I mean, I could believe it. Yeah, because like the killer easily could have taken her card when she died. Ah, yeah, exactly. If people knew about the storeroom, that would be pretty bad. Yeah, Blackwell would just cut the whip. Yeah, that's true. So many interesting potential interactions between these characters. Like, yeah. A lot of potential for fan cases there. Oh, there's an of missing there. I'm noticing the typos more lately. And yeah, there's something bigger than all of us. That might have been Ura in Japanese. It's been a while, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was. Oh yeah, that's actually interesting. Yeah. Ringer is potentially a pun on the auction because a ringer is apparently somebody who bids on their own thing to inflate the price. Yeah, you haven't really told us about that. Yeah, that would make sense because the Alfred statue was being smuggled by the smuggling ring, so the fact that it's up there would be Francisca's tie to this. Okay, that's a good line. I just like how she calls him Scruffy. I agree, Ender Lollipop Guy. I do think that was too grotesque for how Edgeworth would speak that moment in Case 3. Yeah, Edgeworth and Francisca are, well, they basically are adoptive siblings. But you don't need to, so you won't. Yeah, here we go. So yeah, Francisca, like, absolutely despises Lotta due to what happened in the second game. Yeah, play the second game to find out about that. Already 3 of them. Miles Edgeworth, explain! Why is she in this game? Why? Yep. You're gonna get whipped. The auctioneer. Oh, you say that, but multiple whipping characters. I would say whipping boys, but Lotta's here too. We have Eustace, we have Gumption, we have Lotta. That whip is going to be used a lot. Good thing you're the main character of these spin-offs, not me, is what Emma's basically saying there. Is Francisca's temper usually this bad? I mean, Lotta's here. Lotta basically instantly put Francisca into full temper mode.
Hold it!
We started on 18 whip counts tonight, and we're now up to 30 already. Oh, we're on 32, yeah.
Hold it!
Okay, so only the people involved with the auction knew about it. I mean, surely the architect of this building knew there was a 51st floor. The victim was the auctioneer and the culprit was an attendee. I thought Bikini had 5 Cyclops. She didn't even flinch at that one. Kill Lane, wait for the victim in the storeroom, where the exchange of illicit goods was taking place. But, like, Lotta was also waiting there. How did they not cross paths? Objection! Which is literally what Edgeworth is saying. I mean, it is true. There's, a box. There's, yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of stealth spots there. Larry technically had 10 Cyclops. Oh, yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, because the auction continued after the murder happened. Yeah, about that.
Hold it!
Yeah, this isn't really in doubt. Yeah, a lot of the time, 5 Cyclops are easier to break than you'd think. Like they said, that there's a certain character in one of the games who has 5, but 3 open after 1 piece of evidence. It's funny that in a room full of evidence from past murder cases, there was really only 1 lethal weapon in there. I'll have to see if I can tease more out of her. Yeah, that's very much sibling behavior. I mean, he means tease in a different sense, but still. Reasonably assume the murder took place after the auction concluded. Well, about that, according to Lotta, auction continued even after the murder occurred. So, if Rosie was dead before the auction finished, who took over as the leader of the auction? My word is ouch. And again. And triple 3-hit combo! This is why Francisca should have been in one of the fighting games, by the way. She was going to be in Tatsunoko vs. Capcom, and she would have worked really well. Oh, is that the first time Francis has done that pose? Huh. Oh, baby, a triple. Triple combo finish! Yeah, unless somebody, like, disguised as her. Everyone was using voice changes after all. But even two different people using the same voice changer would still probably sound different. Uh-oh. That's enough? That sounds like Rafa. Yeah, I thought it was you. Oh no. And you! Okay. He wants to, I was having to give him a nickname, yeah. I feel like he just asks them to say, call him out an honorific in the original Japanese. Yeah, he did call Eustace an idiot. I think we used the term idiot some there. Yeah. It's like this game somehow managed to give Gusto competition for the Sarcastic Father of the Year award. Somehow. I like how people in the chat have concluded that the committee is basically just Organization 13. Yeah, this sprite in particular, I love this sprite. Like, it's scary, but it's pretty cool. Now I'm just kind of thinking, I can actually vaguely picture this guy being voiced by Keith Silverstein. I know it's a bit of a cliche, but like, I can kind of see it. Like, because again, technically speaking, we were illegally investigating. So like, for once, she has a point. I hate this smiling sprite, by the way. Isn't she a goddess, Sand? Ah yes, we have uncovered Red Raincoat Man.
Overruled.
Okay. This is new to us. Okay. Yes, this is indeed Daddy Issues the game. But like, wait, that would mean somebody changed her clothes after... Like, granted, you know, we didn't know that, like, when Lotta took that photo, but then she said the murder occurred, because from her perspective, she heard the murder occur, and then she took the photo of the person walking away. So that person can't be the victim if they were dead by then. So it's like, who are you gonna believe, Lotta or this guy? And as much as I hate to say this, I'm on Lotta's side here. Because, like, yeah, again, it's all very disturbing, the fact that it's like, so if she was wearing the red raincoat and then now she's dead and she's in a different outfit, like, somebody must have switched the clothes on the body, but also, if the candlestick was stabbed, there are the 3 stab holes in the outfit that we found her in. If that wasn't what she was wearing when she died, then somebody must have swapped the outfit, then stabbed her with the candlestick, but then, okay, this is getting really confusing.
Objection!
Yeah, technically speaking, everything we just did is inadmissible because it was an illegal investigation, so finally it's all coming back to bite us.
Overruled.
Like Edgeworth has really no leg to stand on besides Kay. I know Kay is a good person and she wouldn't do this, which unfortunately isn't exactly hard evidence. That doesn't mean you killed them, though. That could mean that they bled out right there and died. Though that would ruin our theory about the weapon being removed. Yeah. Yeah, it is interesting that Miles is going for more emotional rather than logical reasoning here.
Overruled.
Yeah, I like that artwork too. I like the touch that, like, only the raincoat is in red and the rest is monochrome.
Objection!
Well, it's nice to have Francisca fully on our side.
Overruled.
Oh boy, and that's the problem. I wonder what he's burning in this sprite. And that's a good to be continued to end on. And so we are going to be continuing though. Because, oh boy, this next segment, yeah. I did not do the fan translation for this segment, but this is one of the best parts of this game, I feel. And yet, somehow we're back in Night Cell because they didn't want to make a new cell background, I guess. Yep. All our evidence is gone. Oh, except the Yatagarasu pin. Okay, yeah, now we can see his profile, and yeah, this looks even worse than it did in the original, this thing. Thanks for the stream! Yeah, no. We're continuing. And then we get the flashback to stuff we already saw a few minutes ago, but again, this is for the benefit of people who take a break after, you know, the save points. They didn't have the budget to put him in a different cell, exactly. And the toilet paper is gone. Edgeworth call his defense. Oh, it would be so cool if like, Edgeworth actually needed to get Phoenix to defend him. That will be interesting. Yeah, exactly. Let go of your pride and call Phoenix already. I can just imagine how Phoenix would react to that, being called by it. It's like Edgeworth is like, so, and then yeah. Yeah, Phoenix is like, wait, you what? But yeah, it's not Gumshoe yet. This is a really interesting scene. Okay, so Verity in the Japanese is, not Japanese, French, is Justine Delcourt, okay. I imagine you wouldn't come if you was me. Yeah, that's very true. Can I present this to her? And what happens if she gets defended by Phoenix? If she does, then it'll probably end really badly for all of you, just saying. Yeah, I don't think we really know if Phoenix ever meets Kay. That would have been interesting if he did. Because we know that Edgeworth is familiar with Trucy from later on in the series. Also, yeah, Phoenix gets disbarred 2 weeks after this. Yeah, I think canonically, Edgeworth has seen Trucy's magic shows. They mentioned that in Spirit of Justice. Well, at least she has legal authority to do so. Your motive. Yeah, this is true. Some people have noticed this about Edgeworth as well. This game is a great showing of his developments. Oh, this is actually a really good line, huh? Okay, now this is specifically Phoenix. Yeah, see, yeah, this right here as well is, like, a lot of people, it kind of shows that a lot of the dislike for Verity, you're meant to at this point. It is fully intentional. Yeah. This has been a very interesting conversation, that is all. Today, in the trial chamber. Uh-oh. see you again very shortly. We're probably not gonna like it, but we will. It would be kind of funny if Phoenix actually did hear that. Yeah, there were a lot of, also we investigate here too, yeah. I like how there's no music too, but there were a lot of crazy things happening in the span of the last few weeks before the Apollo Justice time skip, let's just say. Well, that's actually pretty nice. How did Gavel get that job? I mean, probably Excelsius arranged things. I haven't had linguini in ages. I kind of feel like it now. Oh. Oh boy. I forget what that was in Japanese. Yeah, this is probably better than his bed at this point. Have they fixed the hole at this point? They probably have fixed the escape hole. Oh. Yeah, that's pretty great. Yep, maybe the warden's arrest is just already making this prison better. And now, peak cinema. This scene is absolutely incredible. Oh, wow. That's a good line, too. This, like, has the same energy as the end of, like, Fire Emblem Genealogy, where Arthas just brings out the brainwashed Daedra to Sigurd just to rub it in. Yeah, that's a really good line. I need to go back and look at what we did with that in the fan translation, because, like, that is one of my favorite lines in the official localization. Yeah, here we go. Why is he only decided to lanes to control anything? Because he's a jerk. Does he really need any more of a reason? Wait, Shirkle, you've been bedridden with chronic pain since late August? Wow, yeah, I've known a lot of people like that, so I really hope, yeah, I hope things get better for you. Oh, this is, like, honestly, this is, like, one of the best things in this whole game. Like, that moment where Edgeworth is just like, wait, and then instantly transitions into Mind Chess. Like, holy crap, this is one of the Edgeworth's best moments, honestly. Yeah, the boss fight before the boss fight, basically. 4 pieces. Hey, Excelsior, the jerk store called. They're running out of you. why he rushed to have Kay arrested so quickly. Yeah, Edgeworth, like, you're going straight into the chess dimension right now. And yeah, this one is also a pretty difficult mind chess. This one is one of my favorites, actually, out of the mind chess segments. Like, it's a really, really cool section. I remember playing through this in Japanese for the first time, and, like, I was just mind-blown by this whole section. Like, this is one of my favorite quote-unquote boss fights in the whole series. So this thing, K is innocence? If you try and say this at any point, you get penalized. It's not a big penalty, but that will always penalize you. But remember what Edgeworth just said there. Yeah, we don't want to fall for his traps here. He's definitely baiting us. Things were coming along nicely until you interfered. That sounds awfully suspicious. Yeah, the I'm a prosecutor, I'm a prisoner, that was literally what it was in Japanese. Yeah, his mouth wasn't moving there. He's a ventriloquist. Yes, notice how K is innocent is always an option here. Which I believe was K is not the criminal, or not a criminal. But I think that's what we went with in the fan translation. I mean, I can believe you do that on purpose. Your son being an idiot is the one thing we agree on. Yeah, he derails the conversation. I have not seen that, Ace Attorney Twitter, Ender Lollipop guy. This is like the move fake tears in Pokemon has ever been used in a single conversation. It's like barely anybody uses that. It's like Sharpula with special defense. Like it's, I don't know. It'd be better to use Nasty Plot, which this guy probably also has in his moveset. Thinking about it. Well, you won't be seeing your prosecutor's badge again anytime soon. Yeah, that's probably bad. Yeah, I had a feeling you needed to press on this one at some point. He likely has taunt as well, yeah. Yeah, this was literally in the Japanese too. Oh, yeah, I like this. This is really cool. See, now he's in a different mood. That's awesome. Yeah, it's lines like this that really get across his kind of childish personality, but I'll talk about that as we keep going. Oh, Edgeworth, wow. Fate rests in his hands. Oh. Yeah, that's my first time seeing that line. That's the generic fail line. But every character has a different reaction to the generic fail line. That decision has been made. Yeah, it's your choice of words intrigues me. Yeah, this part in Japanese was important too, that specific wording. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's a double pawn attack. He's burning the script of Ace Attorney 7. Yeah, that sadly makes sense, given Yamazaki isn't at Capcom anymore. And now we have Mind Chess Allegro. Yeah, when they played this for the first time, this is what blew my mind. It was like, wait, there's a second Mind Chess theme? Yeah, there's a double fork here. Okay, guessing. Yep, don't have a clue of this. Yeah, yeah, this was called Mind Chess Endgame, I think. Yeah, this is an... I agree, KJB, this is an insanely hype moment when you first hear this song. Oh, you have no idea how rude I can be. That's pretty great. Reminds me of that weird, there's a bad Pokemon ROM hack that... No, it's a translation. It's the, Vietnamese Pokemon Crystal bad translation when a Team Rocket grunt says, "I will be rude to you if you disturb our work." Yeah, I still think, and this is a really underrated, my favorite line from that translation is the fisherman whose dialogue for battling you is simply, fishing, fishing, win, win! The mask, the letter, the corsage, they're all in her possession. Well, yeah, but it's also the confession of an amnesiac. I wonder how that actually works in real lore. Yeah, usually when he's doing that lighter thing, struggling to light it, it actually means you don't press him on it. Yeah. It's like silk hat, cloak, white roses. Here we go. Yeah, we now know that his thing about his memory being hazy is a lie. I'd appreciate if you stopped playing the old man card. I should have screenshotted that. That's an amazing line to take out of context. In Ace Attorney, the lore is just a suggestion. Yeah, he does like to change the topic a lot. The boomer card. So here we go. So remember, Kay's innocent is still here. I'm just smart like that. Yeah, he's really just stalling for a lot of this. Wow, he is draining his glasses a lot. Yeah. For some reason, I do remember quite distinctly that sudden cut to the smile with that sound effect. Like, that was always a bit of a jump scare to me. See, seems to be aware of every tiny detail in this case. Oh, people in the chat are saying, I had her sometimes, and now it's a me, Excelsius, wahoo! The more you tell me, the less sense your story makes. It actually reminds me of his son a little bit. Yeah, I think, like, put on her was what was said in Japanese here. Red and Fire, he's clearly Mario, yep. Oh boy, yeah. Something tells me we're not going to like the result of this. Here we go. So yeah, I love the way this ends. That option that gets you penalized every other time that you try it, it turns out that it is the key to ending this. Well, people said that he almost set his bit on fire a lot. Now, he kind of did. Yeah, like, checkmate? Maybe? Yeah, he almost did a breakdown there, but he managed to collect himself. Yeah, this right here. So there's a line coming up, I think? Yeah. So, I don't know. Okay. So, I believe this line in Japanese, Edgeworth, like, straight up says, like, kisama. It's a really elongated kisama. Like, it is practically the closest he's ever come to, like, swearing. Like, it's really, really, really extreme from Edgeworth. And I believe in the fan translation, we called him, like, we had Edgeworth say, "You son of a," and cut off. I like that better, personally. I feel like it's a little too subdued in this. Like in Japanese, Edgeworth is angry on a level that he very rarely gets. Very rarely. like, yeah, this is one case where I do feel like, I like the fan translation better. I believe it was like, you son of a, and then it cut off. And then he leaves. Because he's like, yep, I admitted it, but you can't really do anything, so, yep, I'm gone. In Sorrow, Graham will yell, Kisama, Itai. So Itai is like, how in the world, or how the hell did you do that? But yeah, when combined with Kisama, it's just like, yeah, what the hell are you? And now, we didn't even get a... Also, wow, the committee members. We actually can see the committee members here. They were really hard to see in the original, sprites. Also, seeing him sitting in the chair there is just really horrifying. But yeah, there wasn't even a to be continued at that point. Yeah, Japanese doesn't really... 10 members over a majority, apart from the one who's dead. But yeah, Japanese doesn't really have swear words, but it does have, like, impolite / rude speech. Oh, by the way, now I can actually talk a little bit about Excelsius, his design here. So see all of those prosecutor badges on his jacket? It is implied that those are the badges of all the prosecutors that he's had, like, disbarred by the committee, or whatever the prosecutor equivalent of disbarred is. Like, they're like battle trophies. Like, it's... Every one of those was a prosecutor who he, yeah, got fired. Like, this is really, so the thing I like about this Case 4 is that most of the time, Case 4 is either a flashback or a breather. This is a rare moment where Case 4 in an Ace Attorney game is a really dramatic turning point in the story. Like, this whole hearing, the whole stuff with the committee is basically just, it's what everything has been building up to this so far. This is like the climax of the whole committee arc. I hate this guy so much more than nearly every other villain in the whole of Ace Attorney. Yeah, you're kind of supposed to. Like, this does feel a lot like an episode 5 plot. It is going by a lot faster than I thought, but there are actually a lot more reveals coming. Oh no. Okay, that's actually kind of cool. Like, I remember that might be a vague reference to, like, before Investigations 1 got localized, a lot of people wondered what it would be called, because, Ace Attorney is alliteration, so people wondered if it would be called Miles Edgeworth Perfect Prosecutor. That's what a lot of fans were calling the game before it officially became Ace Attorney Investigations. I guess it makes more sense to call it Ace Attorney, though, to make it clear to potential buyers that it is related to the same series. The floor is yours, Mr. Winner. Top 5 statements said before disaster. Yeah, I love this, by the way. Like, one of the people here kind of looks like Marvin Grossberg. One of them looks a bit like, I don't think that is, Judy. It kind of looks like her. I don't think it's Judy. But one of them looks like Grossberg, but looking at it, you can see a beard, so it probably isn't Grossberg. So in Japanese, I love hearing this. Yeah, that's basically been this whole thing. But yeah, someone who's actually played it in Japanese, I can say things like that. Yeah, see, if you look really close in the HD version, though, you can tell that that has a beard. So it probably, unless Grossberg grew a beard in, like, just a couple of, I mean, maybe it's possible. But, like, he clearly has, like, maybe they reused the body model of Grossberg, because it does look a lot like him. It's Grossberg's cousin, yeah. Like, unless, like, he was there to get his painting back. Tons of crushing remorse. So crushing. Like 1,000 tons of crushing remorse. Although he wouldn't know what tons are, so yeah. Grossberg grew a beard and joined an illegal auction to avoid being recognized. The other committee members, yeah, are probably facepalming right now. It's his evil twin, Grossberg. Or Greaseberg. Yeah, the killer dressed the victim in the auctioneer's outfit after the fact. Yep, the killer undressed a corpse. Yep. Oh yeah, we didn't actually look at the... Well, we don't even have the evidence, so I can't look at it yet, but we didn't really look at the raincoat. But all of them are an extension of his body. The winner has become a hive mind, so yes, it still counts. Grossberg having an evil twin would be on brand for this series, actually. Melvin Grossberg. Yeah, I thought he'd say let's get them out of the way.
Objection!
Yeah.
Overruled.
That is the stupidest thing I've ever heard. Yeah, this totally isn't any kind of bribery at all. Nope. Like, isn't this kind of thing straight up illegal? Like, according to, like, all the rules that I've learned when working in real companies and stuff? Wait, the AI summary is made useless into a Twitch streamer? I mean, honestly, I can actually picture him streaming. That would be really funny. Hey, if you stop here, we'll give you a seat. Haha. Please stop. Please don't look further into this. Like, this does seem kind of dumb on his part, but at the same time, he's just so... He thinks he's so untouchable that he would do this. Like, yeah, like, if he didn't do this, we wouldn't have a chance, but again, he thinks that he's completely untouchable. Yeah, there are no specific bad endings to this game. Oh, the red raincoat was one of the items up for sale. That's good to know. Speaking of which, red raincoat. We can't examine it, okay. Fingerprints and blood were found on the hood, huh? Why would she buy the red raincoat, though? What connection does she have to the presidential assassination? Eustace, stop backseating, Chad! I can do this by myself. Yeah? Okay. Yeah, has there ever been a bad ending in the series that wasn't in Case 5? I don't think so. Yeah, what is going on here? Okay, potential buyer. Why? Yeah, the first game did have... Investigations 1 did have a unique game over for every possible situation you could run out of health in. Sadly, that's not true of this game. In Investigations 2, every game over is generic. It is unfortunate that one of our members is horribly corrupt, but, it was clearly only that one person. No one else at all. Nope. Yeah, you know, like, Justice for All and Apollo Justice, had them in case 4 because they only had 4 cases, but, like, I meant final case. Considering its status as a piece of evidence, it's only logical that it would end up in an illegal auction. Ah, that would explain the mannequin. I mean, it was a female mannequin, though, but still. Yeah, I don't think the official translation made any custom game overs. It would have been really cool if they did, but yeah, they did not. Immediately. Well, yeah, that's understandable. And also, you'd think that most people want to get out of there quickly once they had their items. What happened if someone won the Alfred Statue, though? They'd probably have to ship it to them somehow. I wonder if, like, they're like, oh, you're responsible for transporting this, by the way. We don't want to be involved in any of that.
Hold it!
Yeah, Edgeworth would have written down Kay's memories in his organizer. That's what they took away, yeah. Because, yeah, like, really, they should be investigating that right now. It probably sounds like something very important that the committee should really get onto. Okay. Maybe the statue got up via the elevator? That would be, if it can even hold that much weight. Oh, that is somewhat true, but at the same time, there wasn't really any blood found on the rooftop.
Hold it! Objection!
Yeah, I seem to remember there was a reference to the candelabrum here in Japanese.
Overruled.
Yeah, 50 Edgeworth should probably be enough for one statue. Maybe, but there were so many people coming in and out of that storeroom, you'd think someone would have seen her. Ah. Yeah, he's definitely taunting with that. When you game over in Investigations 2, it's really just Edgeworth just says, I've come so far, but there's nothing more I can do, and then it just goes to the truth was lost for all eternity. It's pretty generic. Assumes the viewing platform was the scene of the crime, but is that really the case? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the petals had blood. After she emerged onto the viewing platform, that's when Miss Ringer was attacked by... Surely there are, okay. Unless the only exit was the hatch leading up to the roof, because we have the elevator too. Ticket stub, keycard, Kay's recollections. Person coming from beyond the concession stand and pushing her off the building. Okay, that. Oh, we can examine the candle holder. I don't think this is, like, really relevant to anything. Yeah. I think the investigation dialogue of this is different now, because we don't really have a partner. Stab wounds to the chest, head injury post-mortem, keycard report... 12 years ago. White jacket, yeah. Age and gender could not be discerned, okay. 11 attendees altogether, all wearing masks, okay. Missing its left horn, masks. Mysterious figure in... Oh, right, there's blood on their hands. The ringleader and an auction attendee came up on the elevator. A scream was heard not long after. But yeah, the blood on the hand there is probably what caused the blood on the ladder. Secret elevator, looks like it dripped through the floor below. Clothes box, traces of blood were detected inside. Blood found in the committee chamber. Raincoat. Yeah, victims' fingerprints were found there. That is probably going to be interesting at some point, but... After she emerged, that was when Miss Ringer was attacked by Miss Faraday. Probably not. Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest. Victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Prominent burn mark on the back of the victim's hand. Okay. The flames of the menorah beckon. Yeah, exactly. Okay. We have that. Maybe it's the blood on this secret elevator? Because we haven't quite established why that blood is there, but maybe it isn't that.
Objection!
Yeah, I had a feeling that was kind of wrong. The flames of disaster. So yeah, I had a feeling that there's got to be something here that's a little... Like this photo here. Oh, wait. Came up on the elevator, a scream was heard not long after. Maybe that's it. Was attacked, yeah.
Objection!
Yeah, there we go, it's when the scream happened. Yeah, more of an ear witness than an eyewitness. Wait, no, your allies are Excelsius and Eustace. You choose your allies very poorly. And suddenly, happy lot of music. Also, someone's about to die. All red raincoat, yeah.
Overruled.
Overruling the happy lot of music, how dare you?
Objection.
Ah, they were using voice changes. So, yeah, we have no idea for certain who they actually were.
Objection.
Ah, here we go. Yeah, this is probably where we have to point out the hand blood, which I somehow didn't notice until now.
Take that.
Probably should have noticed that earlier. Oh yeah, but if we look at the victim picture, Rosie has blood on her hand too. The same blood. The same hand, I mean. Which probably means it's the same blood. Yeah, in my head right now, Excelsius is basically Keith Silverstein. It kind of fits. The victim struck the killer, survived the attack. But, like, you wouldn't think she'd survive a giant candelabrum stabbed into her chest, so maybe this was the head injury, but that was post-mortem, right? Yeah. Or the candelabrum was already sticking into her chest, huh? Yeah, we kind of thought that last time, that, like, Kay said she saw someone fall over in front of her. But if that happened, I don't know, it's kind of weird. She said she saw them lying down. If they already had the candelabrum in their chest by that point, that wouldn't really make sense. Oh yeah, I love the Sujimon Sensei from Like a Dragon. I was like, this guy is just Shido after he really let himself go. Well, Excelsius, you're the master of not remembering crucial facts. Conveniently. Dad, Gavel works for me! Both are. What you're forgetting. Oh yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about. She was stabbed by a three-armed bandit. I mean, candelabrum. One-armed bandit, I think, is a slang for slot machine. Yeah, about that. Read the coroner's report, please. I've been updating autopsy reports for years now. Yeah, I can kind of picture Robbie Damon as Eustace Winner. He'd do a much more whiny voice than he normally does, though. Oh, is this that moment? Oh, no, it's not quite yet. I like the testimony title, What You're Forgetting. Yeah, how could you climb a ladder with a candelabrum on your chest? Exactly. This is all really weird. Yeah, Edgeworth only updated an autopsy report once. That's why I hate that meme. I kind of prefer the circus meme, because it does sound like a line Edgeworth would say. Blah blah candle holder blah. He didn't even realize what the murder weapon was until now.
Hold it.
Yeah, Celestial Lily, yeah, we'll see, we'll see. Okay, that's pretty good. The official localization hasn't really had a ton of references, but that's probably a Mortal Kombat one. Yes, there are people who could live even if you killed them? Yeah, one of the things that I've always thought is that if I ever made an Ace Attorney fan case, I would definitely reference people die if they are killed. It just sounds like the kind of reference the series would make. What I think was a Mortal Kombat reference? Flawless Victory.
Hold it.
Immediately after the attack. Yeah. So, let's check that again. Cause of death is the set of 3 puncture wounds on the left side of the chest inflicted by a candle holder. The victim also suffered a head injury post-mortem. Prominent burn mark on the victim's right hand. So we have the burn mark on the right hand there. We have the 3 wounds there. We've got the blood on the hand. We have the blood on the candle holder on her head. So a lot of this just seems to line up with what we've seen. However... fingerprints and blood were found on the hood. But if she was wearing this at the time that she was, like, stabbed with the candle holder, though, shouldn't this have holes in it? Yeah. I wonder if it's something to do with that. So I think we established she was wearing the raincoat. Just not sure which statement to actually present on. Three wounds in the chest, yeah. Like, is it the raincoat, or... I don't think this is right.
Objection!
Oh, it is! Okay, wow. I was not expecting that to work, but yeah. It is actually kind of a tricky deduction, though, when you think about it. Yeah. There's no holes in the center of that. Yeah. But the coroner's report said it was post-mortem. And it makes sense that she'd have the blood on her hand then, because you would think somebody would hold a head injury like that. Yeah, I do like how we get here. Like, this is kind of a thing when writing Ace Attorney cases. Every contradiction has to lead you a little closer to the truth, and now it's like, okay, so now the order of these wounds is reversed, but if that's the case, then the coroner's report is suspicious. Because the report says that it was post-mortem. Oh, I'll fundamentally contradict your face.
Take that!
Yeah, I hear you, the Dragonite. Yeah, you figured you had to present the raincoat, but on which statement was the main question. It's like, you gotta look at which of the statements is, like, clearly, like, false, like, disprovable, if that's a real word. Yeah, at least she's ordering her in now. You'd think that the verity of earlier cases wouldn't do this. Falsifiable, yeah. Yes, I wonder why. Shine Dragon, I'd argue that Verity is lawful neutral, not lawful good. I think that a lawful good character would, like, know when to not blindly follow, like, the law when it's to do the right thing. Like, that to me is the difference between lawful good and lawful neutral. Verity, I feel, is very lawful neutral. Yeah, it feels like she had a little too much evidence on her. And we know this because he told us in the detention center, but I doubt he'd, you know, let that slide if he pointed that out now. Yeah, you're saying the parody of lawful good paladins where you mostly get... The thing is that a lot of people misinterpret, like, what lawful good paladins are. It's something that always frustrates me about, like, D&D memes, because, like, people think they're meant to be, like, the fun police, and that, like, they'll instantly go out of alignment if they do anything, like, remotely outside their code, which is not true. But yeah, these so what if I did, yeah. Yeah, I noticed the typo there as well, yeah, and 2K suspicion on K. Yeah, it really was just the two of them in that cell. It's very easy to deny that. Oh yeah, I'll talk about that, Cinderclouds, don't worry. I want to punch the screen right now, but I would break my computer. Yeah, the fact that it's right in the committee chamber is definitely suspicious. There are 11 members of the committee, however, only you and Excelsius have actual sprites, so it actually is only 2 people it could possibly be. It would be really funny if one of those random committee members was actually the culprit. I mean, they've actually done that in the past. Like, Ace Attorney has had what appears to be a minor, you know, minor generic-looking character turn out to be way more important than they seem. Oh yeah, his argument sprite is terrifying. So also, this testimony, I kind of like the title that it has in the fan translation. In Japanese, it's something like Ijime something or other. Ijime means bully. So we translated this as, 'cause I'm gonna bully you. Which is, I don't know, I kind of like that, because it sort of fits the Because the whole, I can kind of say this now, the whole thing with Excelsius Winter is, his character is very much like, he's a school bully. He's a schoolyard bully, but as an adult. And the original Testimony title in the fan translation I quite liked for that. But yeah, those eyes are really horrifying. Speaking of horrifying, I think we're about to see something, well, hear something horrifying quite soon. Yeah, I love "Cause I'm Gonna Bully You," yeah. Like, Know Your Place sounds more mature. It sounds a bit too mature for him, personally. Because, yeah, also, there's on the TV tropes section for, like, awesome bosses for Ace Attorney, they describe Excelsius really interestingly, and I think it actually fits. They describe him as somebody who uses psychological abuse as a debate tactic. But yeah, just like his son, his testimony is really vague, and doesn't really go anywhere. Besides, Kay said she did it, so she did it. Believe in the me who believes in you. I'm gonna show them that we believe in our beliefs just as much as they believe in theirs. Yeah, that's the only reason he gave us back our evidence, is he thinks he's already won.
Hold it.
So, there is something in this that I'm looking forward to. So I'm probably going to go a little quiet for this, just so that I don't accidentally talk over it when it happens. I mean, Edgeworth used to be like that, but not anymore. I don't think Kyle A. Bear was confirmed to be Edgeworth in Dual Destinies. I know that, like, Simon Blackwell's name was, happened after we called Simeon Simon.
Hold it.
But the fact that the coroner's report has a gigantic glaring error in it, nah, that's not critical at all. Because people say, like, the thing about Excelsius is he's corrupt in a different way to Von Karma, in the sense that, like, Von Karma was at least intelligent. This guy is, like, really just an idiot, but he has so much power that he can get away with anything.
Hold it.
Or, as the British accented version would say, you're jolly well marooned up a stream without an oar.
Hold it.
Yeah, we found that out in the third case.
Objection.
There it is! Yes! This guy has an objection. I don't know who voices him in the official localization, but he does. Now, this guy's Japanese objection is so horrifying, it is worse than Von Karma's. So, if you want, like, switch this game's voices to Japanese or look it up, it is, like, when I first heard it, it is, like, honestly, like, yeah, I was completely, blown away by how they somehow topped Von Karma in badness. I'm not a huge fan of this. I mean, it's good. It's good. I have to hear it again. But in Japanese, this is how I always pictured it in Japanese. Objection. That's how I always heard it. Like, that's pretty close to how it was in Japanese. It's very raspy. Like, it is the most disturbing Igiari I've ever heard. Here's the funny thing. I considered auditioning for this guy's objection back during the fan translation. It's just that I couldn't really fit like that. I think what I did there was too long for the voice clip. It has to be quite short. I can't really make a gravelly voice that short. Yeah, people here have looked up the Japanese objection. It is really, really good. Yeah, like only like a week or two. Oh, okay, yeah, here's the Pursuit theme. So something about the Pursuit theme that I was only, like, told about in comments recently, the Pursuit theme actually does have a bit of Gregory's theme in it. And that is really cool. I never noticed that in all my years of playing this game, but it makes sense. Oh, wow. Yeah. So, yeah, this is a gigantic penalty, however, it is insanely obvious what you're supposed to present here. At least I'm pretty sure. We don't have the promise notebook.
Take that! Hold it!
Wow. So, yeah, when this game didn't get localized originally, we missed all of this vital K development. Yes, K deserves all the hugs. You know, I almost wonder if this is one of those situations that a lot of fans headcanon as being Black Cyclops. A cow. I think, yeah, now that I remember it, I think we said bull in the fan translation. I only remember that because, and then this could be wrong, but I vaguely remember in Nintendo Capri Sun's thing, she just says bull, and then, like, they're like, wait, what? Kay remembers one detail, and she's just trying to call out this guy on his bull. This is like the most epic music for a reveal of a plushie.
Objection.
I mean, I think his English objection is fine.
Objection.
The power of cow will save us. Yep, just like his son, he screws himself over with his own testimony. Cow ex machina, exactly. It's almost as if she was on our side for a second. Why was it back there, though, if it was upstairs, on the roof? Ah, are we gonna get the localized name, or... Ah. Yes. Because remember, it was missing a horn. Yes, it is messing up Edgeworth's sense of obsessiveness. Shh is s and... Well, that explains the revenge part of the note. I mean, this is kind of suddenly a bit of a Deus Ex Machina thing, but... Ah, now we get confirmation of Lotta's voices. Oh yes, it's possible that people talking about revenge and mentioning a burn scar when the victim has one on her hand, that's not relevant at all, no. Deus Ex Machina, wow. Yeah. 'Cause, like, you know, the fact that there's a burn mark on the victim's hand. Here we go, yeah. I kind of have to put it out on the page. Prominent burn mark. So yeah, here we go. So this was in, when I was doing the fan translation. This is where I learned what burn is in Japanese. It's yakedo, I think, for burn mark. Like, yake is burn. Because, yeah, with the mask and the voice changer, they'd have to have some other way to distinguish her.
Overruled.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. Oh, that is cool. Yeah, I wouldn't have known that. But, yeah, Hendrik Anderson, that makes sense. Yeah, like, they didn't figure out when doing the fan translation where the game stores the hitboxes, like, where you have to present that. So the text had to be written to match with the existing hitbox in the Japanese version. That is really cool, actually. That's good to know. Thank you, Hendrik Anderson, for that detail. It's read as yakido, but the kanji is literally fire wound. Yeah, I seem to remember the term burn mark was always written in katakana in the Japanese script. I'm not sure why, maybe just to emphasize it. Because, like, writing something in katakana is kind of the equivalent of putting it in all caps or italics. But I seem to remember that it was always in katakana. It's funny learning about hitboxes in Ace Attorney, yeah. This latest revelation tell us? Yeah, here we go. The ringleader was the killer, Miss Ringer was the killer, the ringleader. Maybe Ringer is also meant to sound like ringleader. That might also be it. Yeah, so ringleader, this is probably about where we use the term conductor. Or I think it's master in Japanese, as I said earlier.
Overruled.
Why someone was placed on the scene that points to the ringleader as having been the killer. Yeah. It would be the flower.
Take that.
Or, yeah, maybe this isn't it. Yeah. Well, at least we made him agree with his idiot son for once. Yeah, maybe it was the flower?
Take that.
No, it's not the flower, okay. Oh, hang on a minute. Maybe it's the... I'll make sure you get your precious thing back. No. Getting revenge. Was it placed there to hide the existence of the storeroom? Yeah, maybe? Yeah, there you go. Yeah, the killer did not want the storeroom found. That's the point here. Something similar actually happens in another Ace Attorney game, thinking about it. We know the murderous ringleader has to have some connection to the committee. And we also know that one person here is on the committee and also a colossal douche canoe. To use a term from like an old, I think it was a Sherlock meme actually.
Objection.
I don't know if we fully do at this point. Usually you have to say that I don't. The reason why I'm not specifying what game I'm calling back to is that I don't want to spoil it. It's a massive reveal in a later game that somebody planted blood in another scene to hide a certain place they didn't want discovered. Like, very big spoiler. Uh-oh. Lotta remembered something. Do you have interest? Wow, Lotta with amnesia. That would be something.
Objection.
And the Lotta theme again. Lotta Truth Hearts. There were 11 people before and after. Ooh. You gavel ship. Lotta Pain Heart, yeah. So there's 11 before and 11 right... That's a thingy! Auctioneer's Hammer. I believe you said a gavel in the fan translation. I like how they used the stock clip of the judge's gavel from the original series there. Okay, didn't hear that at all. So apparently, like, auctions only use gavels in very specific countries. It's not actually like, they don't always do that. I'm trying to remember who else Happy People was used for in the first game. I think it was used for April May. Well, I mean, we need the coroner in here, obviously. Because we need to figure out that whole issue with the autopsy report being wrong. Why is she holding? She gonna bring it up? It almost feels like she's stalling here. Wait, did Gant seriously use happy people? I mean, I think Larry did, yeah, but I thought Gant had... No, Gant had his own theme, right? Yeah, exactly. Yes. I was hoping that that wouldn't get brought up. Yep, surprisingly, these two are back. Needler and Hertz. Oh, right at the start, he uses happy people, and then he switches to his own theme. Yeah, okay. The unabridged truth. Yeah, I mean, Lotta sometimes uses the suspicious people theme. Oh yeah, I think Angel Star used happy people as well. The term for the comedy act they're performing, I think it's Manzai or Bokken Sukomi routine. Yeah, happy people is very overused in the first game, I agree. Yeah, what's her angle here, as one may say? Oh yeah, Diamond and Pearl in Pokemon Adventures had that routine as well. I remember reading the translation notes for the translations of their comedy routines. Those were always interesting. It would be really awkward if we got them in the middle of an operation. I feel like if this was made after the Layton crossover, this would be one of those testimonies where you'd have, like, those interjections between multiple characters, where you'd have to do a hang on, or excuse me. About as likely as ouch. Yeah, one of those statements was a little suspicious. What would she have to gain? 20 people died, so these are good. That reminds me of, like, back when... Remember the first Sonic movie trailer came out, and people calculated, like, how many babies Sonic's EMP would have killed in hospitals? Objection! That was a weird time. Yeah, like, I could definitely see this being a testimony like Great Ace Attorney, where, like, one of them has an interjection to something the other one says.
Hold it!
I always like those because they gave a chance for the characters besides the lawyers to have voice clips. There's a lot of really good voice clips for those interjections in Great Ace Attorney. Like, in particular, like, the Bohemian Boy, I think that's what they call him, like, the full name is ridiculously long, in the third case of the second Great Ace Attorney, has some really good, good lines. And people think he sounds like Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory. Why was that a thing people calculated? Because people hated the original Sonic design that much. Like, also, the original trailer made it look like he calls that EMP on purpose, whereas in the actual film, it happens by accident when he gets, like, really depressed from crushing loneliness, and he is immediately horrified that he did that. So, like, that trailer was terrible at conveying that movie. Nice burn there. You've never once made a mistake either. I don't make mistakes because I say that that's the yeah, anytime I make a mistake, I say it's the truth afterwards, so it wasn't a mistake. You're massively biased towards Great Ace Attorney 1.5, yeah. Oh, that's the one that has a really good voice clip in it, yeah. But I'd say it here, but it's kind of a spoiler. It's a big spoiler, actually. I mean, out of context, I guess I probably can say it. You little toe rag! Yeah, that line's great. Oh, yes. The thing that I just said about Winner and the whole, like, he'd create the truth, that reminds me of a line from Persona 3. You doctored it? I corrected it.
Objection!
Wow, she's getting hit a lot. Though sadly, Francisca's here, so there's been no whipping. Okay. Okay. You dictated it. Funny that we should be talking about dictating here. Well, that sounds a little suspicious.
Hold it!
Very excited to play that game and find and see what's... See, that's what I love. That's what I love. Go play more Ace Attorney games, people. They're all really good. Even Investigations 1, like, which is one of the weaker ones, is still quite good. Nothing funky here. Florence is a reference to Florence Nightingale, the famous nurse. Crimson suit creep. Yeah. Yeah, that's the point here. She said... You dictated that to Florence. Anything after that weren't nothing to do with me, huh?
Hold it!
Why don't we let her speak for herself about this? Death from a good hard knock to the noggin. Chest wound happened after the poor girl died. I told Florence that and she wrote it right down. But that's not what it says in the report. Yeah, investigations does take place after trials and tribulations.
Objection!
I feel like this is one that only works after you've pressed the statement. Because that works sometimes as well. A lot of people don't, oh, and then that's the thing. Like, in terms of, like, making fan cases, I remember people talking about, like, one thing they don't like in fan cases is press these statements in a specific order puzzles, because it's very easy to make those too convoluted. But, like, press then present is probably fine. This is a lot of hitting each other. Like, you can technically play Great Ace Attorney whenever you want. It's not connected to any of the others. It's because it's a very distant prequel, like in the past. So, yeah. But I do, like, yeah. I agree with Avery AT's recommended order. Phoenix Wright Trilogy, then Investigations Collection, then Apollo Trilogy, then Great Ace Attorney. Although, you might want to play the Layton crossover before Great Ace Attorney, because even though it's not canon, a lot of the mechanics from the Layton crossover would go on to be used in Great Ace Attorney. Yeah, there's a thing that some fan cases do called super objections. I think it was invented by one of the people who worked on the fan translation, actually, that a lot of people don't like. Super objections is where you have to present, like, multiple pieces of evidence on one statement, and that suddenly increases the potential number of combinations, like, almost literally exponentially. I don't think it's a great idea. Was it Black Rune or Bad Player? Either one of them. Like they make good fan cases, but they do kind of make them almost... They're like the Ace Attorney equivalent of Mario ROM hacks in difficulty, I'll just say. I would love if this was voice acted, hearing Gavel try and imitate an old lady voice. That would be great. The Layton crossover is canon in my... I mean, there's technically no confirmation that it isn't canon, but if it is canon, that means that Layton is canon to Ace Attorney, and that means that, like, London has a really horrible Prime Minister. Yeah. Double sweat. So yeah, now the coroner agrees, our order was right. But also the coroner thinks the head injury killed the victim, and the stab was post-mortem, which would make a lot of sense, because the stab was clearly done to create a pool of blood to disguise the scene of the crime. Yeah, turnabout substitution does do some interesting things. Yeah, use evidence to prove the statement is true. Yeah, it seems to me like she completely reversed the cause of death in the post-mortem wound. Just a mistake that people make all the time. Yes, this. I think in Japanese they're like one kanji different.
Only looking after her grandmother, huh?
Objection!
Every time Excelsior is on screen, there's a switch in your brain that goes, this effing guy. Yeah, exactly. Because... yeah, co-conspirator. Possible to... yeah. Maintain attendee numbers. Yeah, we've got a bit of an idea as to how the 11 people could be there at both points. Yeah, Florence is interesting. I agree, like Catnip in the chat. She's, like, people don't really remember her that much. I feel like she doesn't really stand out that much as far as character designs go, but, yeah, I almost wonder if they'd actually given her, like, a giant syringe in her sprites, that she might have been a bit more memorable. But, like, you don't see her without her grandmother, and she's a pretty generic nurse design, so I guess she's kind of unmemorable, but she's more important than you'd think.
Objection!
Yeah, like, in terms of their frame, they do look pretty similar. She'd probably need a wig, but still. And, yeah, they even get a breakdown. Yeah, that's true, Needler, yeah, like, it really does say something that most people forget that Needler was actually, like, an accomplice in this case, even those who finished this game, so, yeah, maybe she could have used more screen time, I agree with you. And suddenly, the ball hair is repaired. Yeah, I mean, normally you'd probably just, you know, avoid the area or, like, call the police or something, say there's a threat on my life, but no, they jump to, okay, no, I'm gonna kill them first.
Objection!
Where would she hide? Where would she hide? Well, we only really have one good hiding place in evidence.
Take that!
Yeah, true, a lot of people did get attached to Penny Nichols, even though she wasn't that involved. Also, I love your emojis in the chat, Chaotic Caper, from basketball to tree. Ah, hairball is the correct order of those words, not the other way around. Pom-pom bun, yeah. Yeah, every character has at least one super dedicated fan out there. Like, that's the thing, like, even, like, the hateable characters in Ace Attorney are usually hateable for the right reasons. I was just thinking, like, there aren't really a ton of, like, characters in Ace Attorney that are hated for the wrong reasons. Maybe some of the big top characters, and Spark Brushel, I guess, and Verity at times, Nayuta definitely. There's a few, but, like, I do think this series is pretty good, has a good track record when it comes to characters. Okay, so A's auctioneer, right, yeah. I don't know what these letters were in Japanese. I think they're actually kanji as well, but the R's definitely Rosie. Like, I thought the R was ringleader and got a bit confused. Oh, no, that is true. There aren't many Salmonella fans. Again, he's not really meant to be likable, though. Like, his whole thing is that he's a parody of otaku, because Japan really does not like otakus at all. Never call yourself an otaku in Japan. That's like the first thing they teach you in Japanese class. Wait, hang on, Celestial Lily, why do a lot of fanfics add random homophobia to Von Karma? Like, I'm sure that, like, the only reason I can think of is to make him an antagonist to Phoenix and Edgeworth, but, like, you'd think that if Phoenix and Edgeworth ever got together, it would be after Von Karma would no longer really be able to interfere with them, for reasons, so, like, I don't see why that would make sense, I don't know. Never call yourself one in English either, yeah. Had no reason to notice when she answered because... did she switch clothes with the victim? Yeah. Because Bad Parent can only have 2 character traits and Francisca and Miles needed angst, I guess. Yes, it wouldn't be nice to leave a corpse in their underwear. That's a sentence. Ah, so that's why the raincoat was on her. Ah. Yeah, I think I know what this noise is, but it's not going to be relevant for a little while. I like how people in the chat are discussing Manfred von Karma's love life right now. I'm not sure I particularly have any headcanons regarding that, but yeah, it's cool that people do. But like seriously, like we know he had a wife at one point, and as Samui Shiba says, would he want every date to be perfect too? Like that would be kind of terrifying. Ah, okay, so it was one of those, yeah, again, like Ringer. You know, winning your own auction item. Ah. So they did find, oh no, K, right. No, they didn't find Lotta, but they found K. There was a lot of people in that room that nobody found. There were 2 unconscious people in that room at that one time. Yeah, she may have fallen through the hatch by accident then. So in summary, by the time Miss Needler had found Kay, there was an unconscious Lotta also in the room that nobody noticed. And you put them both in the box? So you put unconscious K in a box with a dead person. Yep, there's the clothes. And yeah, Ringer is literally a dead Ringer. I like this name, it works on a lot of levels. How did Crane happen? It's a reference to the original Japanese. Her name is Kagome, which means, oh wait, no, Kagome, it's a reference to the poem Kagome. I do like the interplay of Ringer and Ringleader too. You're borrowing her clothes. Took everything I could, but couldn't take her hair off. Yeah. Yeah, you'd think that there'd be a wig. 2 wigs. A straight one and a wavy one. Ah, okay. Yeah, it kind of makes sense. If suddenly her hairstyle... Like, also, imagine though if there was like some kind of... You know how people often shave off their whole hair for like charity? What if she'd done that? They would have been really screwed. This is a super complicated statement. Let's review what's actually put in the evidence here. Prepared wigs in order to enable their accomplice to disguise herself as Mr. Ringer. One wig was straight, the other was wavy. Ringer's hair was straight, so wavy was not used. Okay. We didn't find the wavy wig there, so clearly it went somewhere. Yeah, I remember, yeah, Kagome Kagome is a Japanese folk song / like nursery rhyme. That's why they went with Rosie here, because it's ring around the rosies. But yeah, even like, Florence was being very clear not to specify gendered pronouns to the ringleader either, so we don't really know from their testimony who it was. Like, honestly, Excelsius would just shave Needler right there if they needed to. Can't change the law, huh? Why do I get the feeling that you do that all the time?
Objection!
And here we go. Francisca had to be involved at some point, which probably means more whip counter. Please whip Excelsius at some point. Yeah, No, I think the fan translation, it was straight and wavy as well. I'm not here to forgive you or anything, Baka. I think the whip counter is over 30 right now. Gumshoe isn't even here and he's already pulling through. Sorry, Gumshoe. We already knew that. Yeah, I like this moment. Like, Ace Attorney knows when to balance, like, levity with seriousness, and this was a good moment to inject some levity. Okay, round object with a circular, with a blunt object with a circular surface. Circular surface. Oh, I talked over that, sorry.
Objection.
Didn't talk over that one, though.
Objection!
Objection fight! Go, Francisco, obliterate Ban-chan. Still can't believe, like, when I saw that in Japanese, I was like, oh god, no. Ban-chan, really? So there we go. Heavy blow to the head with a circular object, chest wounds post-mortem. Yeah, Edgeworth kind of solved it for us there. Yeah, here we go. The auctioneer's hammer, a judge's hammer. Yeah, yeah, it was I think it was, we used gavel, but yeah. I think it was actually hammer, though, in Japanese. I think it was like auction hammer. However, I am really tempted to see what happens if we say this. I'm gonna get this wrong on purpose because lol. At the very least, you don't get like an instant 9% penalty for this. Yeah. I had to show that. But, like, weirdly, she's not as extreme about that as the judge. There's one point where you can accuse the judge in one of the earlier games, and you get, like, a 90% total penalty. You get, like, one that's, like, 50% and one that's, like, 40% after it. Like, if you've taken any damage the whole case, you immediately game over if you accuse the judge. $95% penalty? Yeah. Yeah, that is, I think there's an achievement for doing that in the re-release, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if there was an achievement for doing that. Strong suggests the auctioneer's hand was in the way. Is it just the autopsy that we just got?
Take that!
And the fact that the gavel wasn't found. Oh, no, maybe it was the fact that the auctioneer's gavel was never found. Yeah. It wouldn't be what we just got, yeah. There's a statement somewhere that it was never found, right? It's in one of them. I think it was like... was it in Lotta's statement? I think it was in Lotta's. Yeah. Jump the gun on that one. It's in somebody's statement. Miss Hart's testimony. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Continued after Ringer's murder, the sound of the auctioneer's hammer could no longer be heard. That would be it.
Take that!
Yeah, to be continued? Yes, we are. If you'll excuse me, I'm gonna refill my water and then I'll be right back. So, shouldn't take too long. I just need to get more water. It's kind of hot where I'm recording. Viewers are discussing the ongoing case and the whip counter, with one viewer expressing relief that Gumshoe brought something useful this time. Oh, that's not actually that bad. Sadly, yeah, Manfred's love life was not in the chat summary. And the generic board members are still here. Oh, someone got a Eddie Fender and Gregory sticker from a friend. That's cool. I thought I was just going to say, would you be so kind as to update the autopsy report? It's nowhere in the 50-floor building, okay. Manfred's what now? You don't want to know. Yeah, I wonder if this was another, like, Ichiban pun in Japanese. The generic board members, we still want to be relevant! Oh yeah, this sequence. I mean, you know, at least he didn't recommend the death penalty, but still. Yeah, this line right here. He's not even flinching. Wow. And yeah, this is like like Nintendo Capri-san in his Let's Play specifically said, it is so weird to see her on our side of like having her sprite mirrored like this. But yeah. We may have provoked a heel face turn in Gavel. Yeah, in Nintendo Capri-san's Let's Play, this is the moment that his Watt counter broke and just went to 99999 and then just turned into error. IS7 case file, huh? How is that relevant to anything? Let me just check. Body of Artie Frost discovered. Well, we don't have Eddie Fender's notes in orange/red here. Kamala Gus and Artie Frost's son would both visit Tangaroa's mansion up through the day before the incident. From the day the incident onwards, their whereabouts are unknown. Yeah, Excelsius knows he's messed up when, deformation. Yeah, that would be defamation. That he was trying to say. Yeah, here we go. So, this seems a bit weird to be like, okay, so, like, this part right here, it is a little sudden to be bringing this up. It's like, I like the connection to the earlier case, but it's like, this wasn't really relevant to any aspect of Case 4 so far. But now, yeah, Manfred von Karma had some details about the victim's body fabricated. Yeah, so this part here is really interesting. Franziska, this is the first time Franziska heard that Manfred von Karma ever forged evidence. And suddenly, this has got to be affecting her. Like, this has got to be shattering something inside her mind right now. That she's only just realizing this. Can't believe Ian Sideman gets mentioned so much for somebody who doesn't even appear, at least up till this point. And yep, everyone's relevant because Dr. Hertz was the one who made the fake autopsy report. Chief prosecutor at the time. So, yeah, this detail right here. Technically speaking, Excelsius winner was in the first game. There is a flashback where the chief prosecutor gives von Karma his first penalty. He was not named, but But now they're able to reveal, yep, we're mating into an actual character. It was Excelsior's winner. So a lot of people were really, like, surprised that Von Karma only got off with a penalty for, like, what he did in that case. It turns out there was a reason for that. The chief prosecutor who gave him the penalty was just as corrupt as he was.
Objection! Overruled.
Like Excelsior's had to give him the penalty because otherwise he'd reveal his complicity in the forgery. So he had to punish Manfred somehow, because if he didn't, he'd look really suspicious. But he just gave him a slap on the wrist. I wonder what their relationship was. It's implied that Franziska, you know, he was like a bit of an uncle to Franziska growing up. So, like, maybe he and Manfred knew each other decently well. But anyway, that's all speculation. But really, the main thing we have to know is he was the one who gave Von Karma the penalty. And that means there's kind of parallels between Franziska and Eustace, which is really interesting, because they're both the proteges of complete asshole prosecutors.
Hold it!
Oh, Jared Fred, sorry I was gone for longer than intended. What I missed? Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry, but you missed the most mind-blowing plot twist in this whole case. Yeah, that's the reason Needler cooperated and was the accomplice. Because he would have revealed her part in the autopsy forgery. He was blackmailing Needler with her grandmother. Yeah, they still had the mask and voice changer at the time. Ah, there were... So yeah, this is actually really interesting. There's actually a bit of symbolism of the fact that that he used the arch enemy of On Yankapon. He used that mask. Like, I've heard, like, there's some people who think that revealing this kind of takes away from Manfred as a villain, but I don't really think it does, because we already had all of the horrible interrogation stuff that he did in Case 3. Like, Manfred von Karma is still absolutely no saint. Like, this doesn't absolve him of everything. I think this is fine, personally. Like, I just love the fact that, a tattoo on part of their face at the mask, and oh yeah, the tattoo. That we use a specific term for that, I think. But yeah.
Objection. Overruled.
For once, you're using the whole disgrace of the goddess thing on someone who actually deserves it. Yeah, so that's probably what the revenge thing was all about. What those letters were regarding. But why did Rosie mention 12 years ago, not 18? Yes, please, let's just put all of that earlier stuff under the rug when I tried to take your badge, and I tried to do all that stuff, you know, just forget about that. Yeah, we're pretty much at the climax of this case, Firecraft. That is, like, that eye portrait is still horrifying. So yeah, the thing about, like, in the chat someone says if we lose the case, Excelsior is going to disappear, all of you. So, remember when Excelsior said earlier in this case that his wife mysteriously vanished one day and he doesn't know where she went? There is an implication that Excelsior murdered his wife. We don't really know why, but there are probably a million reasons why he could have. But it is very heavily implied that he did. I wonder if we have to bring up the letter here about the 12 years ago thing. And yeah, Eustace is still defending him. Yeah, this right here, this line. Yeah, this line, a lot of people think that these lines by Franziska are actually psychological projection for Manfred, like her own relationship to Manfred at this point. And, like, that makes perfect sense.
Hold it!
Well, that's a quick press conversation, but it leads right into this one.
Hold it!
Yeah, she doesn't call Manfred Papa anymore, yeah, except when she was, like, shocked, yeah. Yeah, a lot of people actually, like, this case redeemed Franziska in the eyes of a lot of people. Which is, not this case, well, actually this case, but mostly this game, Investigations 2. Yeah, the disappearing thing. He also said that a detective he used to work with disappeared.
Hold it!
Yeah, it's basically the whole back of her hand. Oh, but she wore gloves. Oh, hang on. I was like, oh, wait, she wore gloves. Because her fingerprints are on the hood. So is that how we're going to contradict that? Like, the logic there is like, oh, she wore gloves. Oh, she wore gloves! Yeah, that... I don't think that's the case.
Hold it!
Yeah, the whole Franziska thing, I'm only going off TV tropes for that. There was a rescued from the scrappy heap entry for Franziska in this game. What was Undead Gold saying? I just want to check that, yeah. Yeah, like, Von Karma has at least some humanity. This guy really does not. Like, it's kind of interesting in the sense that, like, I mean, this guy being the culprit is really obvious, but at the same time, this case is less about who done it and more about how to bring him down when you know that the culprit is, like, that this guy is clearly evil, but he just has so much power. Like, that's more what the case is actually about. So him being obviously a villain doesn't really matter that much. In fact, it's probably intentional, in fact. Because, like, yeah, like, it makes it even scarier. You're like, oh, if he's the culprit, then this is gonna be really hard. Yeah, I wouldn't exactly call Manfred von Karma a good parent. Yeah, Excelsius is definitely way worse. Too bad, so sad. That is kind of a phrase that I think he would use.
Hold it!
Eustace. This is also the point where you start to realize that Eustace is way more tragic than you realize. That's why it was so hard, to localize Eustace Winner, because he needs to be funny, and you need to, like, really dislike him and find him a massive nuisance earlier on in the game. But now you kind of realize, oh no, there's a reason he's so immature and, like, naive, and, like, suddenly he flips from funny to really tragic. What's the mistranslation, actually? Let me just check. Oh, that's the thing about Manfred von Karma, yeah. But yeah, this game is all about bad parenting. It's like a common theme. You've probably noticed by this point. Are you trying to help me? No, I'm not trying to help you, baka. Wow, Francisca is so tsundere right now. In her own Francisca sort of way, that's like a really great way to describe a tsundere. Suppose she was always wearing gloves. Well, about that, I'm going to look like an idiot if I get this wrong, but her fingerprints were on the hood.
Objection!
Oh, okay. No, not that. Huh. We really need to collectively steal custody of Eustace. Yeah, I do like the failed dialogues for this. It actually is kind of encouraging of Kay. Yeah, like, it is true that, like, that's why Eustace, I love translating for Eustace, because it's so interesting, his writing, because he needs to be somebody that your opinion of him shifts from, like, someone to laugh at to someone to be pitied. And it's very, very hard to get that right. Okay. Unless it is something else. Yeah, I thought it was the fact that it says her fingerprints were found on the hood, but might be something else? Unless it's, I have absolutely no idea why she was after me. Good luck getting your revenge for what happened 12 years ago. I don't know if this is correct. Oh, I know. Yeah, right. One of the people recorded had a prominent burn. But if she's always wearing gloves, how would he know about it?
Objection!
There we go. Yeah, I like the idea of Gavel being a much better parent to Eustace than his actual parent is. Yeah, I feel like the fingerprints should work here though, because they say that her fingerprints were found on the hood. So if she always wore gloves, she wouldn't leave fingerprints on the hood. If we listen to the conversation that was captured by this stuffed cow, yeah, this is a great line to take out of context. Right idea, wrong evidence. Yeah, average Ace Attorney struggles. Oh, yeah.
Objection.
Yeah, well, good thing we have the accomplice there to say this. So wait, does it specifically say Warmer victim whose fingerprints and blood were found on the hood? Okay. Oh, nice. I like how they're not, like, hitting each other either anymore. Yeah, at this point, he's leaving no allusions to his intentions, yeah.
Objection. Objection.
What can the fact the victim's burn mark was covered up tell us? The victim didn't. Yeah, so this right here, this is one of those that I remember seeing out of context, the text for. I was like, wait, what? I was very confused seeing this out of context, but in context, it makes perfect sense. Oh yeah, but this is what you have to go for, yeah. Oh yeah, the fact that Rosie's fingerprints were on the raincoat, that's probably because, you know, Florence took all her clothes, presumably including the gloves. So by the time that she was in the coat, the raincoat, she would not have her gloves on. And that's why she would have left fingerprints on the hood. Because we can't tell who spoke in the recording because it was all voice changes. Yeah, Lenny's saying, I love the rabbit hole this led me down once I started seeing where this was going.
Objection.
Yeah, I know where this is going. Do we have the mask? Create wigs in order to, wavy was not used. Yeah, someone realizes where the burn mark is. It's just a question of, like, where's the evidence for it? We don't have the Zurvan mask in evidence, I don't think. Oh, here we go. Also had a tattoo on the part of their face the mask didn't cover. There we go. That's it.
Objection!
I mean, this isn't a very, very stupid mistake for him to make. He really should have been using a bigger mask if he's the leader of the ringleader of the auction. Oh yeah, by the way, so the reason why we use the term conductor for the leader of the auction, that wasn't me. That was something the localization team came up with. But it was because it's a reference to his son Eustace using the baton. So we thought we'd tie them together that way. That's why I use the term conductor. But I like the ringleader and ringer connection as well.
Objection!
Ah. Yeah, Eustace would know if his dad does have one. Someone just got an ad, wow. Yeah, I love this, like, the second variant of the Pursuit theme.
Objection!
Yeah, so this right here. Yep, this is referencing, well, Themis Legal Academy before it was a thing.
Objection!
So, yeah, this is the other reason why Eustace suddenly becomes so much more tragic, because, you know, you see this guy as, oh, yeah, he's an idiot. It turns out the reason for that is he never learned anything, because his dad bribed the school to give him perfect scores. He thought that he was smart when he was actually failing the tests, and it was only due to bribes that he was passing. Yep, so it turns out, yeah, Themis was already corrupt as hell even before Dual Destinies, exactly. So yeah, and like, normally, this is where the writing also really shines, because normally picking on Eustace is like, is you know, funny and cathartic, but here, it is the exact opposite. So yep, we've encountered 2 awful fathers so far. So yeah, Verity was actually kind of trying to take down Excelsius the whole time. But at least she sticks up for Eustace as well. See, again, her being more of a mother to him than his dad was.
Objection.
And yeah, he did intentionally drive Eustace out of the room because Eustace would have been able to incriminate him. So it's, again, that's the whole psychological abuse as a debate tactic. So I think it is the mention of the wigs. I think. The wavy one was not used. Maybe? I think it's this?
Take that!
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing, like, the mark of a good villain is when their actions make sense. Like, yeah, like rather than... Because in this case, yeah, it's a horrible thing that he did, but it also served his own goal. Like, again, Eustace was about to expose him, and he was probably on the verge of maybe doing it, because we were starting to prove some doubt about his dad's actions. So he did that to drive him out of the room, because he needed to nip that in the bud before it could continue. Yes, because you see, anytime something is brought up in a mystery, it's obviously going to be important. Why does the AI chat summary think this is Danganronpa?
Objection!
Yeah, we were actually just talking about this. Yep, I insist that you remove your beard. This is a bit of a weird line to be segueing into the breakdown, but here we go. I forget if that was an actual cough in the original. It probably was. And of course, it's a skull. And yeah, so, if you played the fan translation, you'll remember that we made a Simpsons reference there. He said, my eyes, the goggles do nothing, or it burns, the goggles do nothing. That was not there in Japanese. In Japanese, he just screamed. Wow, it's never been more satisfying to see an actual guilty verdict from Verity. Now, if I remember right, though, this case does have a much longer epilogue than usual. There's a decent amount to this epilogue. Because there's still some things that we haven't entirely resolved. I do love this sprite of Kay. Because we've got, like, a goated moment as well coming up. Yeah, probably already destroyed the murder weapon. The letters were not part of his plan. Yeah, we never resolved this whole plot. Yeah, Gumshoe did kind of save us with that whole auction hammer thing. So, yeah, the only reason he framed Kay was because of those letters. Okay. Are they going to mention the name? Because the name is important. Well, at least it was an interesting localization. But don't mention it if it's not mentioned here in the chat, please. Yeah, she, like, it's kind of maybe makes it seem that some of her whole, you know, heavy-handed lawfulness earlier was just her trying to keep her cover, and not, you know, make Winner suspicious of her. But the sun is still runaway. Yeah, again, all this stuff that Francisca is, yeah, the trust me, so yeah. At least he knows the truth now, no matter how hard it might be, he'll need to learn to accept it. If he can't, he'll never be able to move on with his life. So this stuff with Francisca, again, headcanon, and I'm pretty sure this is the intent that the script is going for. This is also psychological projection about herself and Manfred. Like, she's clearly also saying this about her own relationship with him. Yeah. She is very, very projecting. Okay, well now she's getting whacked. I mean, she maybe deserves one. I mean, also, you know, you're probably going to jail for being an accomplice, and also, you know, your grandma's probably also going to suffer from that whole forged report. But for now, we can continue to play the happy music while you're here. Yeah, I agree, Lenny, that she's talking about the hell she had to deal with when she learned more about her dad, exactly. You to preside over the trial of Fifi Lagarde. Yep, everything's coming back. Miss Ringer was going to be the defense attorney? Wow, I wonder how she... You know what? Now that makes me think, how old was she? Does it list how old she was here? 33, okay. I don't know if she would be still being an attorney during Mia's time. I'm just thinking, like, if there was potential for Ringer actually doing cases. What's the statute of limitations on obstruction of justice? Yeah, good point. Hertz is probably off the hook for that at this point. Yeah, kind of insane that Gavel was allowed to preside over Lagarde's trial when she was literally there during the investigation. But, like, also, they just didn't want to put the actual judge in this game. Yes, hopefully the committee is suspended indefinitely. Yeah, oh right, yeah, I might actually, okay. Oh, Blinding Force, sorry, it's too late now, but the colors did look a bit funny to me too. I might need to check some of the settings, of my capture card as well. That might be, there might be a problem there. I can definitely see why, like, some people might consider Verity a bit like, Nayuta, in that, like, a lot, like, the fact that she was actually on the side of good all along is a bit weird, given how much of a jerk she acts earlier. So yeah, Edgeworth is not actually, taking his badge back. Yet. Here we go. Yeah, to deceive your enemies, you have to deceive your friends. I get that. Like, I was about to say something, then I realized that's spoilers about Nayuta, so yeah. Yeah, that's true. Especially with how much the committee was hounding Edgeworth. Thank you, I guess? Like, what I was trying to say there is, like, I'm trying to figure out why a lot of people really hated Verity for, like, there are some who still hate her after the reveal, and I guess that is still valid. You don't have to, you know, like every character. There are reasons to still dislike her. Also is right here. Okay, can I just say something real quick? I hate the fact that this artwork became a meme. People memed on this and made Edgeworth, like, give things like a certificate to, like, a clown university or something. And it's like, this is one of the most heartfelt moments in this whole game. Why did people ruin it by making it a meme? And I like how they actually did go out of their way to make sprites of Kay acting like the Kay we know in this, like, outfit and hair. Like, the fact that the amnesia clears up so quickly, it's a little unrealistic, but, you know, I'll accept that for the case of a good story. Oh. Well, yeah, forensics probably did find something, but we're not going to find out until case 5. And yep, now the bandages are off, and she's back in her original sprite. Again, tsundere. We have no idea where Gummy is, and we don't care. Yeah, they explained that Kay didn't actually have much injuries outside of her head. They just put on those bandages because they're obsessed with bandages. Yeah, again, most people think the statute of limitations is probably up on Hilda's crime, but not, Florence, unfortunately. Yeah, I'd like to see more Kay and Francisca interactions too. Again, that's what fanfiction is for. Give characters interactions they didn't really have in canon. Dang it, that just makes me think of Sonic Brain Rot again. I keep saying Shadow and Cream need to interact more. And that's what I've seen a lot of good fanfics about. Yeah, so now that Kay has more of her memories back, we can actually ask you why the heck she saw a red raincoat man flying through the air. Somebody asked you to meet them at Gourd Lake. You know who it was. Yeah, I love this artwork with the moon. Red raincoat man appeared. Yeah, when the VOD goes up, I'll change this from part 2 to end. So this would explain some of the inconsistencies, because her memories of Gourd Lake were mashed up with her memories of the top of the building. Someone asked me to meet at Gourd Lake, Miles. Oh no, not again. She still can't quite remember the reasons for why they were walking in midair, but she's very convinced that she saw that. So I do like how... Also, here we go, yeah. Your memories of 2 different locations. Because, yeah, there's still mysteries to solve. We're not actually done here. Again, epilogue of this case is pretty long. Here we go. You can't game over here, it looks like. I think it's the moon and the cherry blossom, I would assume? He said 2 things.
Take that!
Yeah. Okay, Nico the Cinderace, you're gonna sleep, yeah. You might want to come back to the VOD, because there is something that does happen after this, before the end of the case, officially. It would be interesting if you could game over here. How do we hear that from all the way down here? And Lotta's still here. Yep, okay, that's definitely not Tequila's walkie-talkie, but yeah, that walkie-talkie is relevant. Oh wait, maybe it is Tequila's walkie-talkie. I forget. I'm no good with technology. Yep, it is Tequila. Okay, so it was one of his. Like, it looks a little different, but yeah. Because I know that the one has, like, knobs and dials that kind of form a face. So here we go. The difference between the auctioneer or, ringleader and mastermind, they're different terms. I believe the Japanese term for mastermind is, like, literally person behind a black curtain. forgive me if I'm wrong about that, but I seem to vaguely recall the kanji for mastermind in Japanese is like person behind the black curtain, which is pretty cool. I do love Dakilla's theme, though. Yeah, that would be the letters, I believe. Appears to have been written to the victim by K.
Take that!
Yeah, man behind the curtain in Wizard of Oz, yeah. Yeah, like I said earlier, Dakilla is lawful evil. He has his own code that he follows, and he doesn't really do things pointlessly. I will be watching your career with great interest. He's now become Palpatine. Oh no. Oh no, 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 not this. So it's like, oh, when Dakilla says this, he's basically saying, oh, by the way, this means that if you fail, I'm gonna murder you. Yep. Because Dakilla is insane regarding trust. Dakilla's watching this like a soap opera, yeah. Yep, and I believe that is that going to be the... Yeah, there it is! That's how the case ends! So yeah, that is the epic cliffhanger that will lead us into the final case of... oh, an ad happened for Avery AT. Of Investigations 2. A turnabout for the ages, and oh boy, is it one! Case 5 of this game is quite weird. It's actually more like a series of interconnected epilogues to the other 4 cases than its own thing. But it's also one that I wasn't particularly involved with, but the few parts I was involved with were very big parts of it. So I look forward to talking about those. But yeah. The next case is something, it's also very long. Like, when I was hearing, like, Lenny talk about this, like, in the chat, he was, like, Discord messaging me live while he was playing the case himself, and this kind of sums it up. He was basically like, oh, wait, it's still the beginning? Like, so much happens, and it's still the beginning of that case. So, yeah. We are gonna, we're gonna be going into that. So I have no clue how many streams that's gonna take. It's probably gonna take no more than 4, but it's at least gonna be 3 streams. I can guarantee you that much. So, join me next week, hopefully at the same time, for the beginning of the end, literally. The final case of Investigations 2. Yeah, Lenny, beginning my left foot, exactly. I think the beginning is like half the case, but anyway. So, yeah, so thank you all for being here, and for witnessing the fall of Excelsius Winner. Or did we? And I will see you next time for the start of the finale.